Yo! How we doing? Ooh, ooh, ooh. To the chief. Ooh, they point the cannon at you, Lord. It ain't me. It ain't me. It ain't me. Sing a song. Hello. Taxman, come to the door. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no millionaire son, yeah. It ain't me. It ain't me. Hello, hello, hello. I have been I have been revisiting war films, so hence the hence the intro music today. Hey, Lord. Who they only answer more, 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 more. It ain't me. Yeah, this is like every Vietnam War movie. Which ones? Well, not that it's not that I was like watching them. It's that I want to. We're gonna talk about like Alex Garland's new film Warfare, the trailer of it, and then get into talking about like are films that are about war, like in some way or another, still glorifying war, even if they are like, even if the filmmaker's intent is to be anti-war. Like, what does that mean, basically? What does it mean? And war is a genre of film that we here in the United States of America love. So we'll be having a whole discussion on that today. But I was like, damn, I forget how good, like, I forget how good, like, war movie soundtracks are. Cooper could not be less subtle and people still glorify war. The problem is that the problem is that ultimately it depends on the viewer's sensibility. So like that is not something that the filmmaker can ultimately control. Is like they can't control the viewer's takeaway. Like what they take away from the film, even if it is not what the filmmaker intended. Like that is just how the relationship of the viewer and the film works. In a sense, the viewer is the final author of a movie because you are forming your opinions or ideas or, you know, what you perceive. So, yeah, anyway, we'll get into talking about that. And we are going to also touch upon the Luigi Mangione updates because here in America, if you murder a healthcare CEO, you will get charged with terrorism. But if you storm the Capitol as part of an insurrection, you will not. And in many cases, you won't even face charges. Be let off. Yeah, also, if you shoot up a black church, no terrorism charges there. So, yeah, here in the USA, we like to go terrorism for thee, none for me. Yeah, you might just become president again. The United States is the only country that, yes, we will get to talking about that quote as well, which I think is perfect. I think it is. I think it is a perfect quote to describe films from the American soldier perspective, especially as they pertain to our violence in the Middle East. Jen, thank you so much for the 27 months. Lure Gaze, thank you for the 3 months. C Night, thank you for the 12 months. So, can we talk about the Supreme Court justice? Yeah, I actually, here's the thing is like, I talked about it on the podcast. That was my Let Me Know segment. So the podcast drops tomorrow. I know it's this is always the thing where there are stories that I cover on the podcast and then stories that I cover on stream, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to overload people. They're gonna be like, oh my god, I just listened to her talk about this for 5 hours on stream. But yeah, that was my Let Me Know segment. Because what I will say is, I'm sorry, but anybody losing their mind, and by anybody I mean Fox News and people on the right, anyone losing their mind over Ketanji Brown making an appearance on Broadway as like a travesty against the against the prestige of the Supreme Court is crazy. It's like, you know what? Actually, I'm a little bit more concerned with like, I don't know, the right-wing justices who are out here making it easier for corporations to get away with abusing this planet and the people in it, and also the bribes that they have been taking for a long time and not reporting, and like the sexual assault and sexual harassment allegations. Like those things to me are more of a stain on the Supreme Court and what should keep a potential justice from becoming an actual justice, and not somebody who's a theater nerd. Like, were the clips of her a little bit cringe? Yeah, I mean, was it giving like 2016 girl boss liberal politics? Absolutely. Am I gonna throw a fit over this? No. And you know what? Slay queen, okay? Because I'll tell you right now that if I end up a Supreme Court justice, I am also using it to go on Broadway. I thought she was good. No, there was like one clip I saw where she's I can't even remember it, but it was very like it was very fight song, right? It was very like justice type of thing. But truly on the list of what I think are egregious violations of the office, no. I would absolutely use my power as a Supreme Court justice to like meet Celine Dion and be on Broadway. I would too. I'd be like, what can this get me? Hi, I'm the most I'm one of the most powerful legal people in this country. How can I use this to my advantage? Let them be cringe better than predators. You know, that is what I am saying. So we got I also want to talk about the UCLA diversity report because I'm shocked. I'm shocked by the results of UCLA's annual diversity report, because it was my understanding that DEI and woke had made it so that white men are obsolete in entertainment. So we're going to take a look at that because it's shocking. I tell you, it's shocking to learn that that's not the case. Okay, what else? We got Disney doing some shit, and we got actors on actors. I think I'm going to switch things around and actually watch. No, I know that Naomi Scott. I know about her. I know Naomi Scott is a singer. I know she's literally a singer. I just mean she could literally be Sky Riley. Like, I would believe her. I'm not listening to it right now. But thank you. Nope, I'm not. You know what? Nope. I am taking back control of my stream. I have decided. I am taking back control of my stream starting right now. Fox News has no place to say anything when the conservative justices are openly committing crimes and being exposed for corruption. Let me explain why. Because you guys are giving me ADHD. Okay? My brain is a mess, and it's because I'm always immediately clicking links when I'm trying to settle my thoughts, when I'm trying to kick off the stream. It's not just Ashley. And I have to fix my brain because Twitch, being on the internet and being on Twitch, it will give you ADHD, and it will make your brain, like, the way I imagine it is, it's like one of those that's what happens. That is what's happening to my brain. That is what is happening to my brain. You considered you're better now? I'm worse. I am not better now. No. Sometimes I will watch back my streams and it is chaos. I will like be in the middle of saying a sentence and then click on something, and then that happens like 100 times. So, see, I already forgot what I was talking about. I already forgot. Okay. So, Warfare trailer, Luigi terrorism charge, Disney, UCLA report. Tomorrow. Oh, thank you. Switching around actors on actors. Yes, I actually want to watch the Kieran Culkin and Coleman Domingo actors on actors tonight. I think that is the one that I want to watch. Okay. Tomorrow, I am doing an ice skating stream at 11:30 with Sam and Cutie, and then I think we're maybe meeting Santa. I don't know. Cutie said she had planned a beautiful day for us. So, that is 11:30. Did I say PM? Nope. 11:30 a.m. So early, very early for me. What are you going to wish for when you sit on Santa's lap? I'm going to, I'm not going to tell you because then it won't come true. I will not tell you, or else my wish will be doomed. Are you a good skier? If you are, we got to see a 360 on the skates. I can ski. I do not think that I can skate very well. I don't think I have the coordination anymore. I think once upon a time I could. Brainiac, thank you for the 14 months. got around to watching Sing Sing. It was one of my favorite movies of the year. So glad you talked about it. I'm glad that you got to see it and that you loved it, and I'm very excited to see it. I also I didn't really give my review on Conclave. I enjoyed Conclave in a way that I didn't expect to. Like, it was entertaining. It was like, I think I said yesterday, it was like Gossip Girl, but the Vatican. The ending, the ending was like, okay. So, and the ending did not work for me, but there was a lot about it that I really loved. I fucking love Ralph Fiennes so much. I treasure that man. I don't think he's ever bad. Even if he's not in a great film, Ralph Fiennes is always amazing. Conclave was great though. I really loved it. Just not, the ending did not work for me. But like the vape smoking, like fascist pope. I mean, there were so many. Isabella Rossellini's small but mighty role. I mean, she is an example of how you really leave an impression with such a small role, where she doesn't even speak that much. I mean, she's not in it that much, but even in the moment she's not she's in it and doesn't have dialogue, she just does so much with her face. She's so good. And she does this cunty little curtsy that is just, it lives up here. It lives up here. The visual, oh my God, the shots in that film were so good. Yeah, this was my Letterboxd review. The tea was spilled, cunt was served, the girls were pressed, and white smoke rose from the chapel. It is not boomer coded. It is not boomer core. I'm telling you, if you watch like Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, you'll love Conclave. Now, when you hear the premise of the film, you go, okay, that sounds like something that only people who have like Life Alert would enjoy. But that is a movie that genuinely, I think, it's like it doesn't have as much right being as exciting as it is. Yeah, I saw Conclave. Yes, I did. My Chud coworker recommended it. He said he stopped doing his chores while it was on. Yeah, I mean, that was a film when like I was looking at the list of films and ones that I go, okay, that one seems like it's for me. That one seems like it's for me. That one seems like it's for me. Conclave, I was like, no, I don't think this is a film that's like my type of film, but I really enjoyed it. 77% of the demographic over 35. The biggest demographic group being over 55. And okay, right. But there's like there's who the film is aimed at, but then who the film is ultimately appealing to. And I really think it's one that, yes, everybody in the movie is over the age of probably 60, 50. I'll say 50 to be safe. It's a lot of old white guys with glasses, but it's a thriller, baby. Like, it's the type of movie where if my parents, when I'm home for Christmas, not my parents, I think mostly my mom, it was like, let's watch something, or suggest me something to watch, I would suggest Conclave. I'd be like, yeah, I think you'll like this. And then she'll probably come back and be like, it was just so ridiculous, which is her criticism of everything that's not like a tragic, gritty British World War II TV show. Sub General here. Remember to sub for free with Amazon Prime. Thank you, Sub General. Thank you for the reminder to sub for free with Amazon Prime. All right. And oh, you know what I watched last night? So because we were talking about Dennis last night, I watched Incendies, because I saw quite a few people being like, oh, that's my favorite Denis. And you know what I have to say? I think maybe if I watched it in 2010 when it first came out, I would have liked it more. But I had some issues with it. I did. And I think it's one of those where maybe if I revisit some other Denis films, I'd also be like, you know what? Okay, this doesn't work as much for me. I think my biggest problem is that his focus excuse me. I think that my biggest problem was his focus was so much on the melodramatic plot, and it felt pretty fucking contrived and ludicrous. And it felt like, the Civil War setting of the film, which is like a lot of, their mother's past as they are learning, what she went through, because they're on this quest and they have to figure these things out because they have a mission. And that just felt like I don't know. It was something that I thought was going to be explored more. And then I remembered, I don't think Denis is actually all that interested in exploring social and political questions. He uses it. It felt just, it was used as a backdrop for the melodrama narrative. And I don't know, it just kind of bothered me how much it felt like he just cared about the twists of the plot, where it was like, ooh, this is really gonna get them. Ooh, yeah, what's the most fucked up thing that I can come up with? And so I don't know, once I kind of figured out where it was going, it just felt like, you know what? This isn't as emotionally compelling for me, and I am not super duper connecting with the film. Now, Denis is an artist, right? He knows how to shoot a shot. He's great at tension. He is like a visually stunning director. Early Denis does seem aimed at provocation. Yeah, and I think what's interesting is to see how, I think story-wise, his films work better when he gets into sci-fi. I thought it was good, but it should have named the true events instead of setting it in a pseudo-Lebanon. Right, because it's like he wanted to be really gritty and realistic, but also had this fictionalized setting, which was so clearly modeled after the civil war in Lebanon. But again, a lot of the social and political issues were not explored at all, because it was ultimately what the story was about was separate from exploring that. Like, it was just really, it was just very melodramatic, but in an extremely serious, like taking itself seriously atmosphere. Yeah, that's true. He doesn't like dialogue. I know. Anyway, it's, you know what's interesting about movies is your experience with a film is really a reflection of where your sensibilities and beliefs are in that moment. It's why a lot of times when we watch a movie that we feel uh that we have a lot of nostalgia for, or we're like, oh, that was so fucking good, something that we watched in like 2005, and then you watch again and you're like, I think I've changed. I think I've changed, and not in a way that I can still appreciate this film, not in a way that I can still love this film that I loved. And sometimes, you go, yeah, I identify that this is, whatever problems you have with the film, applying a current lens to it, but still can enjoy it and still can love things that you loved about it. I watched in the 70s when it came out. I was 22. Definitely would think about it differently now. Another military ad, I keep complaining to no effect. That is how appropriate for the discussion that we're going to have today, that they do military ads on Twitch. There's a movie my parents told me about called Peace by Chocolate. It's based on a true story about a Syrian family that fled to Canada and created a chocolate shop there. Peace by Chocolate, directed by Jonathan Kaiser. Like watching Toy Story 3 as someone who watched both movies before and is graduating with Andy at that exact time. Right, like it's not always you are rewatching a film and applying a critical lens to it, and therefore the film doesn't emotionally resonate with you as much because of how your beliefs have changed, or because of just like, like if it's a film that explores social, political questions, and depending on like what the social and political reality is of the time that you are watching the film, and your awareness and understanding. But it can also be like a good thing too, I think that there can be parallels between your experiences in life and the characters of a film you're watching that hits differently, but in an even like it emotionally resonates with you even more. Notice the same with music videos. I remember when Miley came out with Wrecking Ball, the music video got a lot of heat because she was partially new, but whenever I last watched that video back, it seems quite tame for today's standard. Yeah, I think Miley also got a lot of heat for that because she had worked to shed that like goody Disney image, and a lot of people thought that she was just out of control and was a bad role model, and like that it was a thing that was very specific to the public's expectations and perception of Miley. I came in like a wrecking ball. Twitch has a Marines ad that ends with kick ass, touch grass. That was fake news. Do not even say that because they will take that. They'll be like, you know what? That's a great idea. We love that. I saw a Marines ad on Twitch. It was just a bunch of Marines in a snowy forest shooting at an enemy they never showed. I just wondered whose homeland are they invading, and what a shitty situation for the local people. Yeah. Yeah, and I think because socially a lot of us have been now we've unconditioned ourselves to believe that the military is synonymous with heroism and with valor. The genre of war films is one that a lot of people kind of have had a real reckoning with, of like, ooh, man, I don't know if it's such a great thing that that this film thrilled me so much that my takeaway from it was that no matter how hellish war is, and war is hell, that it is still in the service of good. All right. Are we okay? All right. Let's get covering stuff. Let me switch my playlist. Okay, let's start off with the UCLA diversity report. Oh, excuse me. Bye. Okay. Sorry, this is so blinding. All right, so UCLA's Entertainment and Media Research Initiative every year unveils their Hollywood Diversity Report. And it tells us who is, who's watching stuff, who is represented in that stuff. And it is really noteworthy because what it does is counteracts what maybe Twitter's impression is of something like the entertainment industry. So this report focused on streaming television in 2023, and it found that, quote, streaming audiences want new offerings, diverse stories, as most watched metrics fall short of capturing the market. What? You mean to tell me that a diverse audience of television consumers wants diverse stories? They want new, exciting, diverse stories? What? You mean the thing that has been a thing year after year? According to the report set to be released Tuesday, streaming audiences have a desire for diverse stories, and female viewers are a significant force in regards to total viewership. Oh, so once again, when we talk about the fact that women drive the box office, and women and people of color drive the box office and also drive the streaming numbers, here we go, yet again, another year where that is the case. The study indicated that women over-indexed in regards to 9 of the top 10 shows ranked by both total household minutes viewed and total household ratings. Households of color were found to be overrepresented among viewer demographics for 6 of the top 10 shows based on ratings. Data indicated that women represented the largest audiences, even exceeding their population share for each top 10 streaming series, with the exception of The Last of Us, for which women made up 46.9% of viewers, and Family Guy, for which women made up 46.7% of viewers. Suits was found to top the streaming charts in 2023 during a year in which few new shows aired and many TV series were canceled, partly due to the Hollywood strikes and overall business contraction. With the halt in TV productions for most of 2023 and streaming viewership dominating broadcast and cable, we decided we needed to change the way we examine television to better understand what viewers want to see on the small screen, said Ana Cristina Ramon, co-founder of the Hollywood Diversity Report. The study also found that among the most popular streaming series of 2023, a majority of content represented currently running series. Other key findings indicated that showrunners, creators, and lead actors across television tend to be predominantly white and male. Well, hold on a minute. You're telling me that the people running the show and starring in the show are still predominantly white men, but I thought that women and people of color had taken all the jobs from them. I'm shocked because according to Brad on Twitter, DEI has killed video games, television, film, all forms of media. So how can it be that once again, as it has been every single year, those who are tasked to create television and star in television are still predominantly white men? DEI killed the video star. However, data shows that top streaming shows with BIPOC leads consistently outperform others in regards to median ratings, and series following underrepresented stories also rank higher in ratings. Okay, wait a second. So when there is a show with a Black, Indigenous, or other person of color lead, then what the data is showing is that those shows consistently are outperforming, as well as shows that focus on underrepresented stories. Okay, so this is not new at all, right? Like, shocked. Who could have foreseen this? This is something that has been true for a long time. When we look at whose butts are in seats in movie theaters, when we look at who kept the industry alive throughout the pandemic and multiple strikes, it is women and people of color, okay? And so, like, common sense tells you that women and people of color would like to see themselves represented on screen. And also, it's not just common sense. That is what data has shown us, what the research has shown us year after year after year. People complaining about DEI are basically saying great replacement theory, but for media and jobs. Yeah, it's total bullshit. And every time you counteract with like, hey, actually, so this is still who is dominating, and it's not women, and it's not Black people or other people of color, and it's not queer people. They don't care because their perception, which is based off of, well, my favorite video game has a blue-haired woman in it now. That is their evidence. Their evidence is them pointing to a couple instances where the lead is not a straight white dude. Yeah, it is facts don't care about your feelings. Sorry. BIPOC households are reported to drive high ratings among the top stream shows, yet have a less substantial impact in regards to total minutes viewed. Focusing on total minutes watched gives an advantage to older shows that have more episodes and seasons on streaming platforms. Current shows, which our research has repeatedly shown to be more diverse, face a disadvantage in some ways from the onset, said Darnell Hunt, the interim chancellor at UCLA who founded the report with Ramon. Inevitably, that just feeds into the legacy of inequity that was built into the industry. Hold on. TT. You better have to go TT. This better not be fake TT. Overall, BIPOC groups, particularly Latinx creatives, tend to be underrepresented in 2024 when it comes to television deals. The report criticized streamers for touting minutes viewed as a key metric. Focusing on total minutes watched gives an advantage to older shows that have more episodes. And okay, read that. Here are a few findings from the report. All right. So, share of all show creators by race/ethnicity, top streaming, scripted. 92.3% are white. That is who is that is who are being given the opportunities to create shows for television. It's a blizzard out there. Share of streaming television leads by race/ethnicity, top comedy and drama. 77.5% white. Streaming lead counts by race, ethnicity, and gender, top comedy and drama. 90% of the 77.5% are male. Well, okay, so I think we can do better. As a Latino, can I just ask if you wanted to feminize the plural of Latino, why not make it Latine? Because that's what would make sense culturally. Why the random X? So this is a good question, and it's one that I know the answer to that changes. I think Latinx and Latine are considered gender neutral terms. I think Latino and Latina are gendered terms. I think Latinx was what was considered to be the appropriate gender neutral term for a while, but then I think my understanding is it depends on who you're talking to. Okay, depends on who you're talking to. There's also the difference between saying Hispanic and Latino, right? If you are from a Spanish-speaking non-Latin American country, then I think the preference is, and what's correct is to say Hispanic. If you are specifically from Latin America, then I think it is the Latino or Latina or Latine. I don't think Latinx is liked. I don't think... Caroline, aka the speaker of that entire community. Again, I am not the person to give the final answer on this. I have looked into this. Tio Kwan, okay, yep. Tio Kwan, look, I don't... So, I've read a lot of people who are from Latin American countries talking about what term they prefer. I think Latine has gained more traction. I agree with that. I think that has been used, in my understanding, to replace Latinx. gets a tan one time. It's also Latinx is what's generally used in academic circles, so it's going to come up in academic writing. Well, yeah, I think it was like supposed to be an inclusive term, and then people were like, no, we hate Latinx. And so then what I had read was that Latine is replaced Latinx as an inclusive gender neutral term. So correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I think this is something where a lot of times it's an individual preference, right? I've asked all my Mexican friends what they like to be called, and none of them like Latinx. Most preferred Hispanic, some Latino. Yeah. It's because Latinx can't be pronounced in Spanish. Right. And my understanding is that Latine, because of its ease in the Spanish language, that that was the word that was moved towards. Growing up, I always thought Hispanic was English for Latino. Not quite. I'm Hispanic. I want people to ask what ethnicity I am instead of calling me Latin immediately. Yeah, like I think there are some people who prefer the, to be referred to as the specificity of their ethnicity. Like, I don't know. I mean, not that I don't have strong feelings about it, but for me, the difference between Asian and then Chinese. Like Chinese is my specific ethnicity. Gets a little bit shaky when it comes to the Caribbean. Puerto Ricans are both Latin and Hispanic. So in that case, I would assume you would say Latin panic or Hispatin. Anywho, I think that it is something where terms change, right? Like what is considered the best term in academic / social media circles. But I also think ultimately the personal preference is one that you should always consider first and foremost. So if somebody's like, hey, I prefer X over Y, then you go, okay, great. Anyway, alrighty. Let's talk about Disney. Have you covered the Brian Jordan Alvarez story? I feel increasingly disturbed the more I read about it. No, I have not covered the Brian Jordan Alvarez story yet. I will say my initial thoughts were, man, I doubt that this is going to get much traction because it involves male sexual assault. And unfortunately, we live in a society that already does not take sexual assault seriously, but especially male sexual assault, which is dismissed as just, oh, gay. And one of the people in that story, Brian Alvarez, is a gay man. And I think that has like resulted in resulted in that just not getting much traction. He's also not that famous. Yeah, that's true. Like, he kind of just started to become famous because his show English Teacher, the first season of it, dropped, and I think people are still discovering it. I think with that show, I think people were like, wait, another comedy about teachers? We already have Abbott Elementary. But then word of mouth marketing on that show has made it more successful, and it's been critically praised, and it's made a lot of like best of TV show lists at the end of the year. And now this story, which there were already this was not something that came out of the blue, because the day that English Teacher premiered, the guy who was friends with Brian Alvarez, who accused him of sexual assault, he posted on his Instagram story. So it got like a little bit of attention, but really not much. And then Alex Jung of Vulture covered the details of the allegations. And anyway, so that's why I think it has more traction, because a legitimate publication covered it, and Alex Jung is pretty respected. I think he's great. God damn it, I was rooting for Brian Jordan Alvarez. Yeah. You know, there's a lot in that piece to just go, ooh, ugh, over. Yeah, there's the non-paywalled article for those who want to know the details on it. But yeah, essentially it involves the creator of English Teacher, Brian Jordan Alvarez, who back in the day had a group of creative friends who were all trying to make it in the business, and he was the guy who was the doer. And this happens a lot in LA, where like when you want to be an actor or a filmmaker or whatever, you find a group of people. Usually you'll find each other through acting classes, through improv, comedy classes, and you're all in the same boat of, you're out in LA, you're trying to make your dreams come true, and you need to start making stuff, right? Especially in the like mid 2000s YouTube web series era, where people would form these creative friend groups and be like, okay, let's make a web series. Let's make a YouTube video. And we saw the success of like High Maintenance, of Insecure, of Broad City, where these are just like actors trying to make it, and they find friends and they're like, let's form a little group, and we just make stuff all the time. So Brian Jordan Alvarez was the head of this little group of creatives, and they really, saw him as like their ticket to success. And so that's what the story covers, of one guy who was in the group who Brian Jordan Alvarez was sexually interested in, and then ended up sexually assaulting him. And of course there's like a lot of classic gaslighting and consent not being, the conversation of consent, yada yada. And then Stephanie Koenig, who also stars in English Teacher, who was part of this group of friends, was dating the guy at the time, and he went to her, and she basically she basically was like, well, you should have done something about it if it was a problem. And yeah, it's really it's very bad. It's very bad. But like, the thing about it is, I immediately like recognize this friend group for what it is, where there are, as I said, a lot of these groups in LA of creatives who are all trying to make it, and they kind of hitch their wagon to one another. And there's usually one person who emerges as like, that's the star. Okay. That's the person who, if we had to put our money on it, that's who is going to make it and hopefully will be along for the ride. Like, here we are furnishing these creative partnerships and friendships, and then it's the idea of like, okay, if one of us makes it, then we all make it. And that's kind of like the BuzzFeed group of people who I've done stuff with peripherally, because I met them all through Will, but like, that's another group of people who they all met doing BuzzFeed, and they all do stuff together constantly, right? Like, if they're doing a movie, it's going to be the same people in the movie that you see in like a sketch or a web series that they also do. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, by the way. Like, the people in that group are great. I'm not saying that like every group of young creative people in Los Angeles are all terrible and, filled with really toxic, bad people, but just explaining like how this all works. Because the last thing that you want is to be alone in Los Angeles. It is very, very hard. It is very, very hard. And so if you find people who you fuck with and who are creatively in line with you, it is a way to try and have a career in the biz, right? You got to make stuff. It's not enough to just go out and audition for things. That is a very singular experience, right? Like, everybody is going out and auditioning and hopefully booking stuff. But so what happened is that Brian Jordan Alvarez was very adamant that if his show were to sell, if he were to get like a big deal, that the people around him were coming with him. So that meant that there was a power dynamic. That meant that there was an imbalance in power, where Brian Jordan Alvarez, as the star, as the if I make it, you make it too, possessed a power over his friends. It's like the showbiz version of a college study group. Yeah. Makes sense. Better chances to make it with one from a group. Right. And it's also like, if you want to be making sketches, if you want to be making a web series, if you want to be, if you want to be creating things, you need to find a group of people who you can do it with. Literally, how It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia started was originally Always Sunny in LA. Mm-hmm. Like, with English teacher, he got everyone cast in it that he worked with. Yeah, I mean, Quinta did that with Abbott Elementary. There are a number of people on Abbott Elementary who Quinta worked with at BuzzFeed. And so it's kind of, again, this is where like this is where things can get really muddied, because a lot of the friendships are really are really like, I'm hitching my wagon to this person and hoping that they make it, so therefore I will make it. Because it's just this weird thing where you're like, look, I know I'm talented, but I don't think of like the people in this group. I don't think I'm going to be the one who breaks through. But I hope that because I've been here since the beginning, right? It's like, I'm an OG and you want to take your people with you, that is what happens. Now, not everybody does that. And Will's an example of somebody who got fucked over by people he worked with BuzzFeed at, who he like really, really helped helped in what they created at BuzzFeed. And then when he needed help, when he was trying to when he was trying to have an opportunity because he was getting fired by BuzzFeed, they just left him in the dust. Out of curiosity, who's the doer in the BuzzFeed group? Is it Will? I don't think Will's really in the BuzzFeed group. Like, Will's a content creator now. He's been doing that for 5 years. And every so often, he and I will go do things with the BuzzFeed group. Like, we did peak season. I did that episode of Pretzel. We'll do stuff here and there. But I would say, like, my friends Henry and Steve, because they write and direct all of these projects and then have all of their friends perform in them. They are the two who are not actors. They are writers and directors. And so they will write a project and then they will cast their friends in that project. And then, it's like fingers crossed that this goes somewhere. Rico Suave, thank you for the 5 months. Anywho, the Brian Alvarez situation just feels it's a gross story. It's a gross story, and it's also one that just kind of I don't know. There's something that, even though I don't know those people, there's something that felt personal about that story because I know how that works in LA. I know that feeling of being friends with people, but then also being worried that if you are not, that if you, I don't know, it's like there's a power dynamic there. Because everybody's trying to make it. And there are some people who will just they'll be ahead of you, and so it's a hoping that person will bring you along with them. What's up, guys? Welcome in. We're just covering some news and stuff right now. Let's talk about this Disney story. Disney removes transgender storyline from upcoming Pixar streaming series. But wait a minute. I thought once again that DEI and woke had taken over everything in television, film, and video games. Well, wait a second. I thought that everything was trans now. Disney pulled a transgender storyline from Win or Lose, an 8-episode Pixar streaming series that debuts in February. Here is their reasoning, okay? When it comes to animated content for a younger audience, a Disney spokesperson said in a statement, we recognize that many parents would prefer to discuss certain subjects with their children on their own terms and timeline. Okay, so what about doing that with every cisgender character who is like a young person in a Disney show who's coming of age, who is experiencing an identity crisis, who's like, I don't know, has problems that everybody has from being alive? Are those certain things that parents should discuss with their children and not have it be in a show? The character will remain in the show, but references to the character's gender identity have been removed, the company said. The alteration involves just a few lines of dialogue near the end of the season. Just a few lines of dialogue, but a big impact, okay? Win or Lose centers on a co-ed middle school softball team in the lead up to a big game, with each episode focusing on a different character's perspective. The animated series features the voices of Saturday Night Live alumnus Will Forte and Fresh Off the Boat actor Ian Chen. The storyline alteration drew criticism from Chanel Stewart, an 18-year-old transgender actor who voiced the character. I was very disheartened, she told Deadline, an entertainment news website. Stewart told the publication that Disney called her mother Monday night to let her know about the change. That is so shitty, too. That they are that they just like called to go, oh, by the way, we made this huge change. And that they told that it was like a call to her mother and not directly to her. And it's just like, man, you know, she already had filmed everything. There's something that's extra awful about it when it's like, you filmed all the lines. The work was done. It was in the editing process, and clearly the big guys up top made decisions that included cutting this important part from the story. From the moment I got the script, I was excited to share my journey to help empower other trans youth. I knew this would be a very important conversation. Trans stories matter, and they deserve to be heard. That's what Stewart said. Disney CEO Bob Iger said he wants the company to move away from themes that could be perceived as political. This is so fucking frustrating, and it is cowardly. Why is it that someone who is transgender, that their identity is inherently political? Okay, that's because their right to exist is being politically debated, that it has been turned into a political issue. So it's not like if being trans is political, all of our existences is political. It's just that one is the norm and, you know, isn't being debated in state legislatures and all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the other is. And so that's why Bob Iger is like, hold on a second, don't want to get political here with having a transgender character, which is frustrating because it's like you are feeding into the fact that being trans is as an identity something that is so separate from everyone else's identity who is not trans. Infusing messaging is not what we're up to. So what is everything else that you do? So all the other themes that you explore in these stories and with these characters, is there no messaging there? Isn't that the fucking point of storytelling? Because we know exactly what you're saying here. Infusing messaging is not what we're up to. No, what you're doing is going, we don't want to be a part of the culture wars. We don't want to piss off our right-wing fans and consumers by having a trans character. So what we're going to instead do is make it seem as if being trans is us making a political statement, or like having a trans character is us making a political statement, and here at Disney we don't do politics. Daily Wire literally made their kids programming because of their hate for Disney. And the thing is that you are always going to have these people mad at you if you do anything that diverges from what is the social norm. So, you know, we see this where, like, whether it's a trans character or a black character or anything, you know, any character or storyline that is not that is not what has been the long-standing norm, is going to now cause outrage because of how everything in entertainment and media is filtered through this culture war bullshit. Like, now there's not anything now that people will be normal about. Whereas, like, what's crazy is that 10 years ago, not that we were not that we did not have problems in representation and in our politics, but because the culture war was not as manipulated and used to the advantage of the right wing in this country, not everything would constantly produce outrage all the time. I can remember all the Disney movies that told me to do girl power 20 years ago. This is BS. Disney has always had messaging in their content. Yeah, it's total BS. It's total BS. We need to be entertaining. Dude, it's like no messaging, only entertaining. You're such a Weasley little fucker, Bob Iger. In recent years, Disney has sometimes found itself at the center of wider American culture wars, most notably under the tenure of Iger's short-lived predecessor, Bob Chapek. He was blasted by employees in 2022 after appearing to remain silent on what critics called Florida's Don't Say Gay legislation, limiting classroom discussion of LGBTQ issues, then faulted by conservatives when he ultimately publicly opposed the bill. Yeah, this is just pure cowardice. The same year, conservative activists assailed Disney for including LGBTQ characters in 2 animated family films. Pixar's Lightyear depicted a brief same-sex kiss, and weirdos lost their minds. And Disney's animation's Strange World revolved partly around a gay teenager. God forbid. Disney has continued to feature LGBTQ characters and themes in content made for adults, including the Searchlight Pictures films All of Us Strangers and Fire Island, as well as the FX series Pose, which ended in 2021. Man, it's just like so... It's so cowardly, because let's not act as if transgender representation in film and television is this real thing, and yet it has been made out to seem as if trans characters, that everybody's trans now, right? That trans has just taken over Hollywood. When the reality is, it's like there's a struggle to even have one transgender storyline in this Pixar series. And to act as if being trans is allocated to just adults is wrong. And I think it's really I think this is something where I imagine being a kid and I see a show that is geared towards kids, geared towards, my age group, and I am a kid who is struggling with my gender identity, and I see a character who is trans in a show that was made for me in the sense that, like, my age group is who this show is geared towards, and just how important that representation is, where it might be the only representation that kid has ever seen. I was like 10 watching Degrassi on Teen Nick and never thought twice about them having a transgender storyline. It was so normal in the show. It didn't stand out as anything else to me. Right. But this is the problem now, because the culture wars are so dominant, and because now every single thing is turned into massive outrage, and it is so ludicrous and so performative. But you go back and you'll watch something and be like, dude, nobody cared that Romeo and Juliet, when Baz Luhrmann did it, looked the way it did and had a black Mercutio. And look at all these instances of when non-white performers played Shakespeare characters, and yet the outrage towards Romeo and Juliet, which was with Tom Holland and Francesca Amawuda Rivers, you would think that there had never been a black person in a Shakespeare production ever. This is kind of a broader question, but do you think Trump being elected president made this culture war boom, or were we heading that way before? We were heading that way, but Trump certainly helped normalize this outrage and took advantage of it. Trump is a symptom, as we say. Trump is a symptom. He's not a cause. And he takes advantage of anything that helps him win. And so feeding into this shit, we're like, it's why, it's why Donald Trump flip-flops so much from what his political beliefs were on something like abortion once upon a time to like wanting to appease his right-wing base and wanting to gain support of Christian fundamentalists in this country. So like he will play into whatever it is that his side is outraged about, whatever it is that, like, if you're on the right, you're supposed to make a big deal about. Like, Trump's like, yeah, sure, okay. So many liberals, leftists, and progressives are transphobic too. It's not exclusive to the right. I've seen leftists say awful transphobic things many times before. Oh, for sure. I mean, I think I think when it comes to the specific transphobia that we see in the culture wars of, trans people are groomers, everything is trans, like the people who will write an angry Facebook post about there being about there being an announcement of a trans character in a Disney movie, or, celebrate when that trans character is when that is removed. That is certainly specific to the right, and they're very loud in that regard. But absolutely, transphobia is on all sides of the aisle. And I think it's something where when you are a leftist, you assume that you are immune to any forms of bigotry. But I think, what I say all the time is, like, whatever your beliefs are, you have to always be examining how those beliefs are put into action, and if maybe your blind spots have gotten to a point where you're assuming you don't have blind spots because of where you fall on the political spectrum, but that in fact we all do have blind spots, And it's how you are engaging with those blind spots. And it's something where, if you're so willing to drop a group of people because you feel personally incensed. So, for example, Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian, you could see a mile away, was like not a true leftist because she in her personal feelings then turned around and turned around and treated the entire trans community as like the enemy. Now, I think being a leftist means that you are always I think it means that you're always checking in to make sure that you're to make sure that you are staying morally principled and consistent. I don't think that, like, okay, so for people who are like, all right, well, if you have any transphobia, you're not a true leftist. I don't think it's someone who's like who how do I explain this? Where like I think you can be a leftist and absolutely have blind spots. I think you have to be examining that and seeing like how that is affecting the actions that you take as a progressive, as a leftist, because we're always working to be better. We're always working towards progress. We never are at a point where it's like, yep, I'm perfect now. I'm perfect that I myself don't need to keep progressing. Like, it's not just working towards progressing as a society. It's also always examining our beliefs and making sure that we are staying consistent. And yeah, but some people, oof. What do you, wait, like who? Having certain political beliefs doesn't make you immune from being bigoted or biased in certain ways. Right. And I think anybody who, look, this is what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that you can't just, I don't think it's sensible. I don't think it is sensible to go, if you have blind spots, if you have any biases or unexamined bigotry, then you are not a leftist. Because then what that's meaning is that leftists are perfect and leftists are not perfect. So if the idea is like you're never a leftist until you are perfect, then there are no leftists because nobody is perfect. I think people think being a leftist means you have no blind spots, which is yes, that is what the point that's the point that I am making. I think being a leftist means that you are always leading with empathy, that you are aware that we all have biases and blind spots, and you are always working to you are always working to acknowledge and better yours. Some people don't. Oh, some people don't do what you mentioned, examining blind spots, and inadvertently walk towards the right. Exactly. Where it's like, if you're called out for having a blind spot, okay, if you are called out for having a take or an opinion that is reactionary, that is, to the right, and your response to that, rather than doing a critical assessment, self-assessment, rather than taking it in and going, okay, so I am, I am, this is something that I need to take a look at. If your reaction to that is to just double and triple down and then really become just full reactionary, then yes, you were not a leftist in the first place. Like, that is quintessential Anna. It's not about thoughts or feelings, it's about what you do. The part that makes you an outright xenophobe, transphobe, is that you take your fear and you turn it on other people. If you see your fear as a shortcoming and work on fixing it, that's a totally different story. Yeah, actually, you know who wrote about this recently? I think it was Lolo. He wrote in his Substack, which you should read. It's really good. He wrote there's one part here. Sometimes I forget that our thoughts do not equal us. In fact, our thoughts reveal to us our training, what society has drilled into us, what the environment imprinted on us socially from a young age. Our true selves are revealed in our actions and how we reflect on our thoughts. Do we know why something is wrong? Do we give ourselves the space to feel frustration and anger and disgust? Do we forgive ourselves for our moments of weakness and unkindness? Do we still go out into the world and act in a way that we wish and hope ourselves to be? Our society teaches us to hate the poor. We learn that to be rich is a virtue and to be poor is a sign of great sin. It is a personal failure. We collectively fail to recognize that the spectacular wealth of a small group of people in a society. So he was writing this piece in response to Daniel Penny being acquitted by a jury last week for strangling Jordan Neely to death. But I think that point there, that our, who we really are is revealed in the actions that we take, and that, we will all have imperfect beliefs and thoughts and blind spots, and as humans we are, we experience the we experience the full rainbow of emotions, and yet the measure of who we are is in the actions that we take, and is in recognizing that life is a life is a lifetime of work, and you do not reach a point where you go, well, I'm good. I have learned all that there is to learn. I do not need to I do not need to keep examining myself and my beliefs, and that's it. That's all. Yeah, life is a highway. Yeah, that's what you learn. Krasvox, thank you for the tier 1. Last beta, thank you for the 9 months. You guys, and the thing is, everyone has blind spots because we do not have the same lived experiences, right? I will never know what it is like to be trans. I will never know what it is like to be Black. I will never know what it is like to be lesbian. Whatever. Name something that is not my lived experience. And so because it is not my lived experience, by default, I start off by having a blind spot, and it's a matter of empathizing and listening to the experiences of those who have lived that, and learning from them, and seeing how I can be I can be an ally to them, and where I may be falling short in treating my fellow human beings as my fellow human beings. And that requires me to like constantly be listening and learning and growing and etc. I'd say you don't know what it's like to be a Latino either, but I don't know anymore. You know what? Okay. All right. Okay. Alrighty. Let's let's talk about, I think I want to talk about Luigi.
The New York District Attorney just released an indictment of Luigi Mangione, the man accused of shooting United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Manhattan earlier this month. The charges included 2 separate counts accusing Mangione of terrorism, leading many legal experts to call
this clip is relevant, I swear. If this is Hassan, I'm gonna...
Who did the best right-wing pivot this year after their career fell apart?
The best one? Yeah.
Your uncle.
No, that's true. That's not even fake. Too real, dude. That's messed up.
Fuck am I? Yeah, he's in denial. Okay, he's in denial.
the charges and overreach. This begs the question, what counts as domestic terrorism? When does murder reach to the level of terrorism? Is it when there's a manifesto? When enough CEOs are scared? Turns out the definition is murky. Experts disagree, and the lack of clarity has devastating real-world consequences for all of us, especially given the impending reality of a tyrannical president hell-bent on punishing his enemies. Turns out that it may be that CEOs have the least to fear. Let's get into it. But first, a major palate cleanser. Thank you to Secret Puzzle Society for sponsoring today's video. You may not know this, but I'm actually pretty into computer games, mobile phone games, but the catch is that they have to be really good to reel me in. Secret Puzzle Society is a fun mobile phone game because it's not just your typical match 3 game, it incorporates challenges and escape room style puzzles and unexpected plot twists, so you're actually going through a story with unique and devious characters who are all breaking all sorts of laws. You join Brooke as she uncovers the mystery within a shadowy secret society. You'll help her explore different rooms and unique crime scenes to solve clues and puzzles and uncover the mystery. This is definitely one of those addictive games that frankly I love to unwind with at the end of a long day. Okay, I need to stop playing, otherwise I'm gonna never get any work done. Plus, I love that Secret Puzzle Society is ad-free, so you can really get immersed without distractions. And right now you can participate in a unique
guys, I'm really
challenge
into
with the special
lotion.
limited-time
Sorry, I'm in my
Christmas
lotion
escape room.
era.
Doing puzzles and
Random,
solving
but
crime, yeah, that's going to be right
I'm
up my
tired of
alley.
having dry
and now,
skin.
just for my audience, the first 100 players
puts the
to
lotion
download
on the
using my link in
skin.
the description or my QR code will receive a special Christmas luxury tree decoration for their own little investigation room.
Yeah.
So dive in
We're-
now to catch this
we're
special Christmas
moisturized,
escape room and start
unbothered.
uncovering mysteries and solving crimes today. Clicking the link helps this channel, so thank you so much. Have fun, and thanks to Secret Puzzle Society for partnering with me on today's video. The indictment against Mangione has 11 counts, including 7 weapons
Nivea,
charges,
I
1
think,
count of forgery,
with
1
shea
count
butter.
of first-degree murder as a
Okay, a little bit bothered, yes, but pretending to be unbothered. That's what it's all about, right? You're like, I'm unbothered while you are bothered all the time.
crime of terrorism, 1 count of second-degree murder as a crime of terrorism, and 1 count of second-degree murder, not
Got my
related
big
to
old
terrorism.
chapstick.
The purpose of all these counts is that the DA's office wants to get him on the highest, most egregious count, murder 1, as a crime of terrorism. But if a jury decides he's not guilty of that, they can fall back on murder 2 as a crime of terrorism, and if that also fails, they can fall back on plain old second-degree murder.
Yeah, no, I am, my half-white side makes me so dry. I am a dry white person.
To understand what this means, we need to understand some definitions. First, we'll start with the New York Penal Code, because that's what he's being charged under, state criminal law in New York. Under New York law, first-degree murder,
My
or murder
my
1
dry
is
Irish
reserved
skin.
for specific types of murders, of cops, elected officials, judges, or multiple people, but also terrorism. Because of this, they could not get him on murder 1 unless they alleged that his act was an act of terrorism. Under New York law, a person is guilty of second-degree murder when, with intent to cause the death of another person, he causes the death of such person or of a third person.
Yeah, you know what would be interesting, though, is like if this terrorism charge is argued in court, they will be arguing the political act of murdering a healthcare CEO, and presumably will be defending the predatory healthcare system. Like they will have to, like, okay. The thing about the whole Luigi Mangione case is that this has really made healthcare front and center, especially after an election season where it was nowhere to be found. And so they are afraid of how the conversation about the murder of a healthcare CEO has largely been about how many people die or suffer because of the healthcare industry. And so to bring this terrorism charge against Luigi is going to be only furthering the anger and resentment that people have towards the healthcare industry. Like they are going to they have to prove that it was to cause fear in a population, that being health insurance workers. Well, in my understanding, though, I thought it was like that it is causing that, like, the effect of it, the political act causing fear on a civilian population, which, you know, is like, are we talking about the handful of CEOs who are the civilians here? Like here's from January 6th, when they decided to avoid domestic terrorism sentences for January 6th participants. Here's some of the reasoning here. Okay. So, it was publicly debated whether the charges against January 6 defendants qualify as crimes of terrorism. Prosecutors repeatedly pulled back on tougher sentences, citing unspecified facts and circumstances. The terrorism-related language includes federal criminal offenses calculated to influence or affect the conduct of government by intimidation or coercion, or to retaliate against government conduct. You know, it's just like when you compare the reasoning for why they decided not to bring terrorism charges against those who stormed the Capitol, who participated in an insurrection, and then compare that to the reasoning for why they are bringing the charges against Luigi Mangione, it is so apparently stupid, and highlights how highlights how this charge is weaponized in a way to be in a way to be political, where people who are already angry about who are already angry about how Luigi has been turned into, treated as a villain by the media and by how he has been treated by the media and by politicians, are only going to be further incensed by this charge, which is so clearly a political act to try and protect to try and protect CEOs by like making an example out of somebody like Luigi. Yeah, and also there were no terrorism charges that were brought against Dylan Roof, who committed a mass shooting and gunned down 9 people in a church. And their reasoning for that was that it was a hate crime, but that it did not fall under the definition of terrorism, even though that definition is activities that involve acts dangerous to human life that violate federal or state law, appear intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. So, like, when you compare what they are using as reasoning for bringing that charge against Luigi, but then on the other hand, like, the reasoning for not bringing the same charge against someone like Dylan Roof or the defendants who were involved in January 6th, like, it's so hypocritical. It's so obviously hypocritical, and it's so obviously like a weaponization of the justice system against one person who committed a singular act of murder, but against somebody who the justice system is designed to protect. I just don't see how this isn't the wrong way to handle it. If they see people are complaining that this is a class issue, doesn't this handling make it more apparent? Right, that's what I'm saying, where they are further shooting themselves in the foot by trying to get him on this charge. Because the reason that they're doing this is because if he's convicted, then it's likely he would face life in prison. And because of the seriousness of a terrorism charge, where they are trying to quell the public. They are trying to like dampen any, they are trying to dampen any ideas that people may have about upending the healthcare system as it currently stands. And they want this to be very extreme. They want to go over the top as much as possible with Luigi because, yes, they're trying to make an example of him, because they want to bring down the full might of the justice system on this one person who is seen as a hero in the eyes of many in the public. It's actually, funny enough, it's trying to incite fear in a civilian population. That's what's going on here.
A person is guilty of second-degree murder as a crime of terrorism if he does this with intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence the policy of a unit of government by intimidation or coercion, or affect the conduct of a unit of government by murder, assassination, or kidnapping. So that's what the government has to prove. Not only did he, Luigi Mangione, beyond a reasonable doubt, kill Brian Thompson intentionally, he also did so with intent to intimidate a civilian population or,
let's say, allegedly murdered Brian Thompson.
The government. If they can do so, the maximum penalty when the terrorism element is present is life without parole. And the New York State definition of terrorism,
the meaning that they're trying to say here, CEOs commit terrorism every day when they deny coverage. Yeah. It's just so obvious that they will weaponize something like a terrorism charge in order to preserve and protect the ruling class. And they very much so want to scare the public that has sided with Luigi Mangione. They want to scare the public by bringing down the full hammer on this individual.
Terrorism mirrors the federal government's definition of domestic terrorism, which is activities that involve acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States or of any state, appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping. The difference is that in New York, they have a statute making that a crime. There is no federal law specifically providing for a punishment for domestic terrorism. And in fact, federal, state, and international organizations all differ slightly in their definition of terrorism. The FBI defines terrorism as violent criminal acts committed by individuals and or groups to further ideological goals stemming from domestic influences such as those of a political, religious, social, racial, or environmental nature. The Southern Poverty Law Center defines it as violent acts inspired primarily by extremist beliefs and intended as political or ideological statements. In some cases, perpetrators target individuals or institutions.
This is funny.
We have a code red. We have a what? A code red. They're gaining class consciousness. No, shh. I don't think Don't even say it. How did this happen? Well, someone took out a huge healthcare CEO, and we kind of thought everyone would be like, oh, that's so sad. Yeah, right. Did we tell them violence is never the answer? They're not buying it this time. What do you mean? That's the go-to line. Yeah, a lot of them seem to be realizing that when a health insurance company denies care, that's killing too. But it's legal. Of course it's legal. We all have to follow the rule of law, you know. They're realizing that none of them benefit from private health insurance. That's not true. What about the middle class? We destroyed the middle class, remember? Fuck! And it's partially because of this. I mean, the top cause of bankruptcy in the US is healthcare-related debt. All right, shut up. I need to think. We need a diversion. Oh, can we blame immigrants? I don't think that's gonna work this time. Oh, let's release the Assassin's Manifesto to show how weird and creepy he is. Unfortunately, he's extremely sexy. God damn it! People are like agreeing with the manifesto. Whatever we do, we have to convince them that the other side is the enemy and not the ruling class. What are you doing? Sorry, there was a Luigi fan at it.
Yeah, that's that is what they're scared of. They're very scared. And that's why, you know, that one woman in Florida, they went insane and arrested her and charged her when she said deny to pose, you are next. Like, they are trying to stop this before it becomes something bigger.
Associated with a specific identity, such as Jewish people or Muslims, as in a hate crime. In other cases, offenders target government installations or groups of civilians related more by proximity than by their individual identity. Britannica Encyclopedia defines it as the calculated use of violence to create a general climate of fear in a population and thereby to bring about a particular political objective. Going on to say that since the 20th century, the term has been applied most frequently to violence aimed either directly or indirectly at governments in an effort to influence policy or topple an existing regime. And according to right-leaning modern diplomacy, terrorism does not have a single universal definition under international law. The UN has failed to come together and create unified rules, specifically reaching a deadlock due to 1, disagreements over whether freedom fighters should be included in groups of terrorists, and 2, whether acts of the state can be defined as terroristic. When faced with specific examples, even FBI terrorism experts disagree. In discussing whether the recent assassination attempt on Donald Trump at a campaign rally would count as an act of terrorism, the Independent report—
you know, I saw this point get made repeatedly, and it's so true, where if Luigi Mangione had gone over to Israel and, volunteered to fight against terrorism, then he would have been treated as a hero by the same people who are calling him a monster, who are, who are saying that he is just like pure evil. And if he had gone over and committed acts of terror against Palestinians, it would not have been called terrorism.
That one expert said an attempted presidential assassination is not always necessarily driven by ideological motivations. This one is a little different because it may not be terrorism. It may be assassination caused by hatred of a political candidate. Another expert interviewed by The Independent disagreed, saying the assassination attempt fell squarely within the definition of terrorism.
Thank you for 4 months.
If it's a political figure, yes, it's domestic terrorism. Even leaders of civic organizations or civil rights groups and stuff like that, he says, it all depends on the person that was killed. What was their potential position and what do they represent? Ultimately, Mangione will be tried based on the New York State Penal Code's definition of terrorism. But I go into these details because these charges and his potential conviction under them in relation to his alleged actions represent larger questions about which actions, groups, and people are considered terrorists, and who's allowed to make that call, and how the state, especially under Donald Trump, may wield the terrorist label unequally, and how that balances with freedom of expression and political dissent. And this isn't just conjecture and fear-mongering to say that this could be weaponized. According to reporting from Lawfare Media, quote, during the Trump administration, law enforcement agencies were specifically directed to focus on left-wing extremism over threats from the far right, even though FBI and Homeland Security officials repeatedly identified far-right extremists as the primary threat. And domestic terrorism is a growing threat. According to a recent report from the Government Accountability Office, over the last 10 years, domestic terrorism-related investigations have grown by 357%. There were 231 domestic terrorism incidents between 2010 and 2021. Of these, about 35%, the largest category, were classified as racially or ethnically motivated. These attacks were also the most lethal. Anti-government or anti-authority motivated violent extremism was the second largest category of incidents and resulted in 15 deaths over the same period. The problem is that in response to this threat, states have begun passing more restrictive laws aimed at curbing terrorism, and the application of those laws has not been equal. In many states, the laws have been used to frame activism as terrorism. According to the New York Times, a proposed law in New York suggested that blocking traffic, a tactic occasionally used in demonstrations, could be considered domestic terrorism. The New York Times wrote, Georgia broadened its definition in 2017 to include attempts to seriously harm or kill people or to disable or destroy critical infrastructure with the goal of forcing a policy change. The charge carries a penalty of up to 35 years in prison. And according to critics, much of these laws target domestic terrorism charges at property crimes that are already illegal but are being targeted by
You guys, the terrorism label and charge has always been weaponized. The FBI considered the Black Panthers to be one of the most dangerous domestic terrorist groups. Like, they were constantly charging them, arresting them, killing them, charging them as terrorists, as a very serious threat to the government.
Laws specifically because the crime includes a form of political expression or ideology. According to recent reporting in Current Affairs magazine, quote, in recent years, the penalties have become more severe for resistance to environmentally destructive projects, such as the Dakota Access Pipeline near Standing Rock Reservation in the Dakotas. In 2016 and 2017, two Catholic worker activists, Ruby Montoya and Jessica Resnicek, set fire to pipeline construction equipment and burned holes in the pipeline using welding torches. In 2017, 84 members of Congress wrote a letter to the Attorney General pressuring federal prosecutors to charge pipeline protesters with domestic terrorism. Those Congress members had received a combined total of $36 million from the fossil fuel industry, which has a long history of lobbying to criminalize environmentalists. Ultimately, Resnicek and Montoya were both given terrorism enhancements. Resnicek was sentenced to 8 years in prison and Montoya to 6 years. Most recently in Georgia, these charges have been used to punish protesters of the giant police training center dubbed Cop City.
Right, because what they're trying to do is they are trying to decentivize activism. They are trying to get other people who would protest the the environmental issues that the government is responsible for from taking part in that. That's what it is. It's intimidation. That's why the irony that what they do with the charge of terrorism often is to incite fear in a population of people notably activists who they do not want, they don't want fucking things up. They're like, if you do this, if you are an activist and you do this, we will charge you with one of the most serious legal charges. I just joined first time chatter, so apologies if this has already been brought up, but the fact that a white supremacist who shot up a church in Charleston trying to incite a race war was not even charged for terrorism should kind of tell you that the terrorism charge is used subjectively. Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about the January 6th defendants.
In addition to terrorism charges, the New York Times reports that over 60 activists are now facing racketeering charges, with prosecutors describing them as part of an anarchist, anti-police, and anti-business extremist organization that conspired to block the training center. This type of harsh penalty for activities commonly used by activists as a form of protest and political expression does and will have a chilling effect on the free speech and political expression of activists out of fear of overzealous prosecutors hell-bent on throwing the book at activists that they've deemed to be a nuisance. On the flip side, the motivations behind the change in Georgia law illuminate the difficulty of drawing clear lines in the sand around terrorism charges and definitions. According to the New York Times, when Georgia lawmakers strengthened the state's domestic terrorism laws, it was in part a response to the racist massacre in 2015 at a black church in Charleston, South Carolina. The point, they said at the time, was to empower prosecutors to charge perpetrators of racist attacks as domestic terrorists. As I've already said, the largest category of domestic terror attacks in the U.S. over the last decade have been classified as racially or ethnically motivated. However, while the domestic terrorist label tends to fly freely against activists, it's often used sparingly to refer to violence motivated by bigotry and hatred of marginalized groups. And the lack of any federal criminal penalty for domestic terrorism means that a lot of crimes go without that label, including the January 6th rioters, who've been prosecuted under a slew of different statutes, as well as Dylan Roof, who opened fire at a black church in South Carolina, the one that inspired Georgia lawmakers to strengthen their domestic terrorism laws. He was subsequently found guilty
just a hate crime, bro.
Of 33 federal hate crimes and sentenced to death, but he was not given the official legal label of terrorist. As one terrorism expert noted to The Independent, Roof was stewing in his own ideological fervor of far-right, white supremacy, white power extremism, and then he murdered 9 people. That certainly fits the definition of terrorism. How could it not? But Roof was charged, at least under federal law, with a federal hate crime. That is, of course, in part because there is no federal law criminalizing domestic terrorism, but those 2 Dakota Access Pipeline activists I just mentioned received heightened sentences through the use of sentencing enhancements, specifically for domestic terrorism. At least according to this article from The Independent, Dylan Roof killed 9 people because they were black, and he did not get that label. According to reporting by Lawfare Media, to prosecute international terrorism, federal prosecutors frequently turn to a federal statute criminalizing providing support to a terrorist organization abroad. This means that the terrorism label is disproportionately applied to non-white defendants, and sentences for supporting international terrorism tend to be much higher than for those whose acts likely could be labeled domestic terrorism, but who are charged with other federal crimes, often committed by white supremacists and causing far more damage. Quote, the average Islamic State material support case has yielded a 13.5-year sentence, often for failed plots or financial crimes. January 6 defendants who were convicted of felonies have been sentenced to just 33 months, less than 3 years, for plotting and trying to overthrow the government.
Yeah, also, people died.
Especially in a climate where increasingly politicians and government officials are receiving death threats and actually being attacked. One could even say terrorized. And the label terrorist is important, especially in the wake of September 11th. We all collectively agreed that terrorism is bad. We also acknowledge that terrorism can and does happen domestically as well. But the roving definition of what terrorism actually is and the disparate application of its use in our laws, court cases, and state actions domestically and abroad indicate a larger problem. There's this well-written long-form article from May of this year in Current Affairs magazine. It's called The Meaning of Terrorism According to the United States. It's by Cody Cava. It's linked in the description. I highly recommend giving it a read. In it, the author notes that the Center for Strategic and International...
Yeah, terrorism is when killing a CEO, not when denying healthcare insurance that causes thousands of deaths. Or terrorism is when killing a CEO but not contributing billions to a genocide. Like, terrorism is one person killing one CEO, but not the actions of the, state that is committing a genocide.
Studies defines terrorism as the deliberate use or threat of violence by non-state actors in order to achieve political goals and create a broad psychological impact. Notice that this only applies to non-state actors, and it makes explicit a belief that's generally applied, especially to the U.S. government and its allies, that state actors cannot be deemed terrorists. Quote, though Nelson Mandela and other members of his African National Congress Party were on a U.S. terrorist watch list until 2008, apartheid South Africa never joined any such list. Irish Republican armies have been and are considered FTOs, but the UK, with its roving paramilitary death squads in Ireland, never joined America's list of terrorist states. The important question, according to this article in Current Affairs, as well as the one that I've been referencing in Lawfare entitled January 6th and Beyond, Why the U.S. Should Pass Domestic Terrorism Legislation, a question that fails to receive any sort of discussion or consideration by the press or the government once the terrorist label has been floated, is the why behind the act. Because to grapple with that why is perceived as giving legitimacy to the act that we want to write off as heinous and black and white and put it away. And to apply the blanket label of terrorist through a law and subsequent prosecutions without any interrogation of the motivations behind the act not only creates a one-size-fits-all label for all number of acts, which vary greatly in heinousness, but it also fails to capture the nuance of the acts we deem terrorist. As quoted by Current Affairs, Noam Chomsky has written, "One often hears that we must not consider these matters because that would be justification for terrorism, a position so foolish and destructive as scarcely to merit comment, but unfortunately common." The article goes on to quote the words of famous terrorists. Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh, whose acts were motivated in part by the violent federal actions in the famous Waco siege in which 25 children and 51 adults were killed and the police drove a literal tank through a building with children inside. McVeigh wrote, "Borrowing a page from U.S. foreign policy, I decided to send a message to a government that was becoming increasingly hostile by bombing a government building and the government employees within that building who represent."
Yeah, analysis is not justification. Why is it that we can understand this when it comes to somebody like Adolf Hitler, right? How many fucking books and think pieces and movies and pieces of media cover Hitler's reasoning for the Holocaust, right? Like why Hitler came to be, how Hitler came to be. And it's always been understood that in understanding, in talking about what Hitler's motives were, that was not justifying the violence that he carried out. And yet, when it's Palestine, when it's any of the actions that the United States of America takes and, you know, the reaction to America's actions, then it is justifying the, it's justifying that violence, which is a reaction to American violence. This happens with fucking 9/11. With 9/11, if you dare talk about the role that America's foreign policy played in the terrorism that occurred on 9/11, then you are siding with the terrorists. Then you are, yeah, say the line. No, that we are not at all allowed to examine the activities and the terrorism of the United States government and its foreign policy. Just can't do it, or else you get called a terrorist or a terrorist sympathizer.
That government. Bombing the Murrah federal building was morally and strategically equivalent to the U.S. hitting a government building in Serbia, Iraq, or other nations. Based on observations of the policies of my own government, I viewed this action as an acceptable option. From this perspective, what occurred in Oklahoma City was no different than what Americans rain on the heads of others all the time. Now, let me be clear. I am in no way promoting terrorist acts, nor am I interested in turning Timothy McVeigh into some hero. What he did was horrific. And he killed
Hold on, I think you're a terrorist.
Innocent people, which I think is abhorrent. And the fact that I have to make that very clear disclaimer, and I'm nervous about even sharing his words, indicates to you how very seriously we condemn terrorism in this country without giving any space for understanding why this happens or interrogating how the U.S. responds in kind under the pretext of anti-terrorism. The Current Affairs article goes on to quote from bin Laden, who said, "History will not forget the war crimes that you committed against the Muslims and the rest of the world. Those you have killed in Japan, Afghanistan, Somalia, Lebanon, and Iraq will remain a shame that you will never be able to escape." And then the article compares that to the words of James Baldwin, who said, "And the West quite fails to see the unforgivable enormity of Hiroshima. Repeat, unforgivable. Nor, since it believes in a history that is entirely its invention, does it have any sense of the dreadful tenacity of human memory." I'll note, James Baldwin was subject to FBI surveillance and lists, and his file with the agency was over 1,700 pages long. There are probably many people in the government at the time that would have called him a terrorist as well. This is an important discussion to be having as we continue to fund a genocide being perpetrated by Israel, whose actions would fall squarely within the definition of terrorism, except, of course, the ones that explicitly exempt the US and its allies from terrorist status. But it's also important to be having this conversation in light of this incredibly public case against Luigi Mangione, which I'm certain will continue to captivate the public's attention for a long time, especially if this goes to trial. The DA's office and other state officials have repeatedly condemned both the killing of Brian Thompson, but also the outpouring of public outrage, not at the murder, but at the healthcare industry, with many supporting Luigi Mangione, including financially. GoFundMe shut down the crowdfunding campaign for his legal defense, but another crowdfunding site, Give, Send, Go, allowed it to stay up, and it's amassed over $150,000 in donations from over 5,000 people, with numerous other copycat funds popping up.
Wait, this first comment. "I will literally be praying and manifesting for your freedom, for every good thing for you. You don't deserve this at all. You are our hero." I'm just imagining the Mark Ruffalo. "I will be donating more when I can, and once you get to New York, I will be helping with your commissary. Free Luigi!"
As well. And simply labeling Mangione a terrorist and condemning his actions with zero nuance.
Bro, look no further than how somebody like Daniel Penny was treated, right? If Luigi Mangione had strangled a black man on a train who was having a mental health crisis, none of this would be happening. There would be no murder charges, which include terrorism, and he would not likely be facing life in prison without parole. And he would, as I said, if he volunteered for the IDF and went over there, nope, he wouldn't be called a terrorist. He wouldn't be he would not be treated this way in the media.
Avoids the discussion that we're all already having on social media and amongst each other
don't even need
about
to play the
why
what if game.
this
We
happened.
see it before
the media
our eyes.
won't even publish his entire manifesto, which is literally like 3
Cowards!
paragraphs long. I linked it in the description, but actually, it's so short. Let me just read it out loud quick.
Right, because the media is trying to do the thing that that horror filmmakers do when they so there's a thing in horror filmmaking that was popularized by Jaws, where the less that you show, the more terrifying it will be, because the viewer's imagination is scarier than anything you can show them on screen, right? It's don't show the monster. So the media is like, ooh, we're not going to show the manifesto because we want to make it seem as if this is the rantings and ravings of a madman. And as long as we don't publish the manifesto, then people can't see it for themselves. But thank God for people like Kenny Clips, who went, oh, I'm going to publish the manifesto. Here you go. But yes, it is absolutely a form of manipulation. It is a way to make the thoughts and motivations of Luigi Mangione seem like that of an absolute monster.
This is what is believed to be Luigi Mangione's manifesto as it was published on journalist Ken Klippenstein's Substack.
Kenny Clips!
To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary, social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the US has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly number 42 in life expectancy. United is the indecipherable largest company in the US by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but as our life expectancy, no, the reality is these indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g. Rosenthal, Moore, decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. The mainstream media's delay in publishing the manifesto is similar to the tendency to cover up the words of people deemed heinous terrorists, like Bin Laden and McVeigh. Were they heinous terrorists? Yes, I do not promote or condone terrorism or violence.
What's up,
but in
Speed?
failing to
Keeks,
discuss the
thank you for the 6
motivations to
months.
even be willing to look at their words, to acknowledge that violence begets more violence, to identify the violent acts that precipitated these violent acts, often perpetrated by the state, by the US government, we are failing to understand the bigger picture and to begin to interrogate.
No, Luigi has not confessed. As far as my understanding goes, his legal team has filed they have pled not guilty.
Our role in it. It's our tax dollars funding those bombs or those governmental overthrows.
Sleepy,
it's our
thank you for the
politicians
gifted.
who we keep electing who accept money from billionaires and then push for the prosecution of the activists getting in the way of those billionaires' bottom lines. United Health Group alone has spent $100 million on lobbying since 1998, according to Open Secrets. America's health insurance plans, a special interest group representing the interests of a National Association of Health Insurance.
Fun fact, Luigi and Diddy's lawyers happen to be married to each other. Yeah, I read that. Man, what a small world.
Providers spent over $13 million last year alone lobbying the federal government and had over 50 lobbyists crawling around Capitol Hill talking in our politicians.
My favorite genre of Luigi, subgenre of Luigi Mangione tweets are people who are photoshopping him into something and being like, hey, Luigi, it was so fun hanging out with you on December, like whatever time it was that the CEO was murdered. They're like, had such a great time hanging out with you and chatting about like blah blah blah, and then posting a sloppy Photoshop
ears and killing bills that would hurt the health insurance industry.
Thank you so much.
I'm not
for
saying
coming
we're
over and
all
helping me
individually as
get my cat
culpable
out of
as
the
some of these
tree
bigger actors, but if we don't
December
acknowledge
4th at
the
7
why
a.m.
behind these acts of violence, if we simply allow our government to respond with overzealous prosecutions or terrorist acts of their own without learning from the horrors committed by our own government, which often beget more terrorists, then we are also complicit in this violence. As for whether or not the government will be successful in officially labeling Luigi Mangione a terrorist, legal experts are divided. According to Forbes, quote, the New York Police Department's Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism, Rebecca Weiner, said Tuesday authorities have seen a sustained increase since Thompson's December 4th killing in concern from corporations and an increase in online threats that speak to the intent to intimidate or coerce the civilian population, which is at the root of our state terrorism statute. Former federal prosecutor Mitchell Epner told Forbes that now, quote, prosecutors must go beyond proving Thompson was killed because someone didn't like the way they conducted their business, which the lawyer called an open and shut second-degree murder case, and must show he was killed in an effort to induce fear in politicians or a population at large to take some action. That case could be even harder to prove, Epner argued, because New York Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch reassured the public that they shouldn't be alarmed by the shooting, a remark the lawyer called the single worst piece of evidence for the prosecution. Criminal defense attorney Stacey Schneider told CNN this victim was shot in the back of the head, not the front of the head, on a quiet sidewalk early in the morning.
It's also, I just cannot get over that if you are not going to charge the January 6th defendants with terrorism, when the entire purpose of the insurrection was to overturn the legal results of the 2020 election. It was to cause harm, possibly death, to elected officials like Nancy Pelosi and Mike Pence, and it was to overturn the election results. Yeah, it is a fucking joke. It is a fucking joke, man. The public is not alarmed. Don't worry, Jessica. Yeah. I don't think there was anybody besides the other healthcare CEOs and similar members of the ruling class who were scared by what had happened. And that's why they were sending out emails to people who worked at healthcare companies being like, do you pledge allegiance? Do you pledge your loyalty to this company and the CEO and sign this pledge of recognizing that healthcare CEOs are people too?
In the dark. It doesn't appear from a defense attorney's perspective that this was intended to be a terroristic type of murder. CNN goes on to say that, quote, Mangione's defense team, according to Schneider, could move to dismiss the top count of murder against him, arguing the reactions following the killing were unintended consequences. The murder happened first. The outcry was second and totally unpredictable, Schneider said. So I think this might be a case of overreaching on murder one. And the resulting potential First Amendment infringements stemming from this case and the government's overzealous prosecution are already on display. According to the BBC, Brianna Boston, 42, of Florida, was arrested after she told a Blue Cross Blue Shield representative on a recorded line, and I quote, delay, deny, depose, you people are next, in response to her denied claim. So she's on the phone with her insurance company. She says a few words. A few hours later, the cops are at her door and they arrest her. She's been charged with threats to conduct a mass shooting or act of terrorism. And the judge set her bond at $100,000 and cited the status of our country at this point.
Such a
Lakeland
joke!
Police Chief Sam Taylor said, she's been in this world long enough that she certainly should know better. You can't make threats like that in the current environment that we live in and think that we're not going to follow up and put you in jail. The problem is that yes, you can. Whether or not her words amount to true threats is arguable. Lawyers could easily argue both sides. She did not know better. The First Amendment protects your freedom to say what you want, but there is an exception in the case of true threats. Local publication, the Tallahassee Democrat, noted that in order for her words to be a true threat, it would have to be proven that she consciously disregarded a major risk that her words would make a reasonable person genuinely fear that she would physically harm them. However, hyperbole and heated rhetoric don't count. Whether or not a reasonable person would genuinely be afraid of physical harm is a debatable question. I certainly wouldn't be afraid. I'm not a health insurance CEO. The person she was speaking to on the phone certainly was not a health insurance CEO. We all know the CEOs aren't answering phone calls. I've worked in a call center. The person on the other end probably wants the CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield dead too, frankly. But the government's quick leap to make an example out of
Whoa, can't say that because you might get in trouble.
Boston by explicitly charging her with threatening a mass shooting or act of terrorism is indicative of the dangers that come when we blanket condemn something as terroristic without interrogating why. And of course, who is at the other end of those terroristic acts is also important. Is it a CEO or is it a child in Gaza? These are deep conversations we need to be having alongside the discussions of class consciousness and how to eat the rich to understand the full picture of what's going on and to complicate the narrative around who is and is not a terrorist, especially considering we're about to have a president hell-bent on pardoning some arguable terrorists, January 6th insurrectionists, while going after his enemies. There's nothing quite like labeling someone or a group of people a terrorist to really take them down. The more we're able to interrogate the definition of what counts as terrorism and the underlying causes of these acts, the better equipped we'll be to question the actions of an overreaching government or leader. If you're interested in working with me directly, learning more about eating the rich and building solidarity, I invite you to join me over on Patreon, where I'm launching the Why America Co-Learning Lab on January 1st. Get self-paced syllabi curated by me, plus guided discussions and tangible action items for building solidarity and taking political action in this new Gilded Age. Plus, you get ad-free and uncensored versions of these videos as well. Go to patreon.com/Legia Miller to join. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Con Coniger, Art, Dave.
That was great. Thought that was a good Legia Miller vid. And yeah, I think it really just demonstrates how this is a term of propaganda. It is a term of that the Justice Department can weaponize in an effort to control the masses who they do not exist to protect, but instead that they are, that they are in place to protect the people in power, which include CEOs And so I don't know, it just is like so obviously it's so apparent how they are, like, what their motivation is and how they are weaponizing this charge. You know, it's like, gotta keep the working class in line, and so this is one way to do it, is we're gonna make an example out of this guy. We're gonna try to make an example out of this guy. Yeah. What, bro? Why does this matter? He's getting an insane sentence no matter what the charges are. Well, it does matter, because if he were to be convicted of like first-degree murder, but then the charge of terrorism on top of it, then that would pretty much guarantee life in prison without parole, versus like maybe, you know, up to 25 years is my understanding. It's also it's the label itself and the chilling effect. So when this label is slapped on activists, the reason for that is, one, to heighten their sentences, and two, to discourage anybody else who would engage in engage in activism. It's supposed to scare them. It's supposed to intimidate them. It's supposed to be like, hey, if you try to do anything to stop our abuses of power and are, you know, wrecking the environment or whatever, then we will bring the full might of the United States justice system against you and ruin your life. Also, yeah, also could set a precedent, right? Like, hey, if anybody has any ideas about taking out a member of the ruling class, you will be charged with terrorism. The media will run with the narrative that he's a terrorist and shut down any type of conversation about healthcare. Yeah, that's what they're also trying to do. They're trying to turn the conversation from, hey, this is actually an enormous, enormous problem in this country, and this is something that we should, whether or not you agree with pulling the literally pulling the trigger against a CEO, it's not about that individual act of murder. It's about this entire system that is specifically designed to keep people sick, to deny them care, even when they pay into having insurance. And that is the conversation that they want to not have people be having. And so they want to, you know, turn this into this big scary thing of terrorism. If you intend to take out any of the working class via healthcare, you shall be rewarded with a promotion and stock options. Yeah. Hey, if you deny claims to old people, then we'll make sure that you get a nice $4 million bonus. Just showed up. Are the two different pictures of Brian Thompson and Black Kid having to make legal comparison, how one case was handled and how they will have the prosecution of Mangione? Wait, two different pictures of Brian Thompson and a Black Kid having to make. We were comparing the cases of Luigi Mangione to like a Dylan Roof, or to the January 6th defendants, or, you know, talking about when the Justice Department decides to bring the label of domestic terrorism and when they decide not to. Okay. So I know how in the video Leisha Miller said, like, hey, by the way, if you say something like defend, oppose, deny, it's hard to prove, it would be hard for the prosecution to prove that you were actually physically threatening, because the First Amendment protects your right to, the First Amendment protects your right to say something like that. Just understand that that is not Twitch. So you have no First Amendment rights in Twitch chat. They're referring to the article Leisha had up that had a picture of Brian Thompson and Jordan Neely. Oh yeah. So, right. We were, that was another case that was brought up in comparison where, the media who is treating, and the justice system that is treating Jordan Neely, Daniel Penny as, noble and good for strangling Jordan Neely, a black man who was experiencing a mental health crisis, a homeless black man who was mentally ill, versus how they have treated Luigi Mangione, who shot and killed the CEO of the largest healthcare system, who has been personally responsible for denying claims to people. Huge Janus, huge anus. I know that you must think you're a very clever person, huge anus. But I don't think that you are making the point that you and your huge anus think you are making. Some people come in here and they just love to write whatever. I do. But if it's prolapse, please seek medical attention. Please. Please. All right. Let's talk about warfare. A24's upcoming film, directed by Alex Garland. How did you know Luigi didn't speak out against that? All that yapping, not even relevant. They don't care because they are writing fiction. There's some people where I'm like, you know what? You do you, but please away from everyone else.
How's it going?
We found the Luigi Mangione hater. You're very cool. You're very special.
Going well.
Okay. That's that new guy energy.
Oh, he's back. That's the fourth fucking time he's done that.
Is he peeking at probing?
Speaking with serious intent to probe.
Alpha 2, we might have guys starting to move in our position.
Copy, we're getting a buildup of activity here too.
Yeah, I definitely see weapons at this point.
Yeah, we have definite massing.
Pretty sure this guy here is wearing a keffiyeh. Kind of seems like it.
here north and south.
This is Frogman 6 Romeo. We need evac on our last known position.
We have severely wounded. Who's the severely wounded? It's not you. Is it me? Who is it?
No, it's not you. No,
Who is it?
Copy 1, we're in contact 2.
You coming to you or you coming to us?
Stand by. We'll let you know when we're inbound.
Let's move!
Here's the plan.
EA 5 minutes, over.
The scouts are gonna lead us out, and I'm bringing up the rear. Pop smoke.
Smoke out.
We are all coming back.
Oh my god, it's so exciting.
OP1, they are en route to you. 3 minutes out! 3 minutes!
Eyes on me and only me. Has anyone looked at you?
I'm fucked
No,
up.
no, Charles Melton, no! No! When I said, where has my Charles Melton been? When I said, justice for Charles Melton, we gotta get Charles Melton back in a movie so he can get his Oscar. This is not what I meant. Charles, no, no, no.
2 minutes out! 2 minutes!
Where are you guys?
Look for the blood and the smoke.
Multiple bad guys trying to get to our position.
Inbound!
I'm sorry. I cannot wait to dive into all of this. I cannot wait to have this whole conversation, but multiple bad guys en route to our position. That, I think, tells you what this film is. I mean, like, you already know what this is going to be based on the trailer, unless for some reason they just totally pull the rug out from under our feet and the movie is not at all the vibe that it's giving, which currently is war is bad, war is hell, sad face. But, you know, ultimately we are the good guys who had to be here to preserve American freedom.
Now! Find cover! 1 minute out!
We have enemy on our building and all surrounding buildings.
Roger that, stand by. Going hot.
You gotta get ready, man. This is gonna hurt.
On my count. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so a lot to discuss. I'd be down if it's subverted expectations, but I'm not expecting it from the writer of Civil War. Right. Important to know that this is written by Ray Mendoza, who is an Iraq War veteran, who he put himself as a character in this, okay? He put himself as a character in this film, and it is directed by Alex Garland, who is not known for being a political provocateur, who is not known for his lightning rod social and political commentary. He's just not that guy. And so no, I don't trust whatsoever that this 2024 version of Black Hawk Down is going to be anything other than war is sad, you know, war is bad, sad face, and look at how fucked up these American soldiers are from having gone over to Iraq and committed war crimes. And we're going to get into talking about Spielberg's quote, every war movie, good or bad, is an anti-war movie. And then also Francois Truffaut's famous quote, which is that there is no such thing as an anti-war film. And we are going to also remember the Frankie Boyle bit, which not everybody, but probably most of you know. And that is his quote about how American foreign policy is about going over to a country, fucking killing everybody, and then 20 years later making a movie about how you felt sad about it. Okay. So let's where was that? Yeah, okay. Wait, before we get to watching that video, I want to give a couple more thoughts on Civil War. Let me grab some water, though. Okay, so it is very gross to see yet another Iraq War film, this time by A24. So like, you know, war film, but make it art house. And the problem inherent is that this is another film from the perspective of American soldiers. It is not a film that at all seems interested in examining the actual ethical, the ethical question of the existence of the military. It's not interested in like questioning, the military's presence there in the first place. It's not interested in being from the perspective of Iraqis who were invaded by the American military. No, this is another film that just takes a bunch of hot A-list male actors, throws them in a gritty, brutalistic COD style war film, with ultimately the message being, man, war is fucked up. Right? But like, war is fucked up, but from the perspective of the prosecutors of said war and the effect that it had on them. And it's just like, why are we still doing this? Okay, why are we still doing this? Well, the answer is because war movies are very profitable. The war genre is a very popular genre of film. And two, because of the relationship between the United States military and the entertainment industry, which I have talked about at length. The Department of Defense's influence and long-standing relationship with the entertainment industry, and how they have their fingers, they have a very deep stronghold in the entertainment industry, going all the way back to World War II, because the government realized how film and entertainment is a very effective form of propaganda. So military propaganda is a huge thing. And once you realize it, you notice it all over the place. You see it, you see everywhere. You see military propaganda everywhere. And so this film, everything is based on memory, directed by Iraq War veteran Ray Mendoza. I can tell you right now that a film written by a veteran of the Iraq War that centers the perspective of American military, American soldiers, is never going to as effectively critique the Iraq War and American foreign policy in a way where if you had somebody who was if it's a film that is not from the perspective of the soldiers who went over there. What was that really popular movie where the guy was actually doing serious war crimes? It's another Iraq one. Chris Kyle, American Sniper. Yeah, American Sniper, which got so much fucking critical acclaim and Oscars love, and holy shit, Chris Kyle was a fucking psycho. Now, luckily, that film did not hold up. That was not a film that it even took 10 years for people to be like, you know what? This guy's actually a fucking psychopath. And this film is trash. It was in my remembering, it was kind of like not that long after. Like at the time, there was a lot of criticism of American Sniper, and it was not long after that film had its big year that people were like, oh, wait, Chris Kyle is a horrible person. I don't think I know of any big war movie based on anything past Vietnam that has an anti-war message. It's all showing off military tech and trying to make it look like the soldiers are all brave, valiant men. Well, especially I would say war films that cover wars in the 21st century. Pretty much the message is always, look at how hard this was on the American soldiers who went overseas and had to do terrible things. Let me pull up the Frankie Boyle quote.
And I think that would be a good thing about independence. Scotland would no longer have to invade places like Afghanistan for American interests. We'd invade them for heroin. Because I don't support America's wars. I don't even think they are wars. They're one-way traffic, mass murder. There's never been a time when a shepherd has beaten a helicopter. You never switch on the news to see a shock result in Afghanistan today when a missile was destroyed by a wedding. Because not only will America go to your country and kill all your people, but what's worse, I think, is they'll come back 20 years later and make a movie about how killing your people made their soldiers feel sad. Oh, boo-hoo. Americans making a movie about what Vietnam did to their soldiers is like a serial killer telling you what stopping suddenly for hitchhikers did to his clutch.
Yeah, pretty fucking spot on. The best anti-war films eschew the actual war stuff because war, when it becomes a cinematic experience, is exciting, despite the filmmaker's best intentions. The best anti-war film, in my opinion, is Johnny Got His Gun. It has virtually zero battle scenes and is about as bleak and pitch black a film as you'll ever see. Come and See is also a miserable viewing experience if the audience is not totally devastated, depressed, and disgusted afterwards, and it's not an effective anti-war film. So I agree with this. I do think that there are many films that try to be anti-war films. And Spielberg is a guy who believes that because war depicted on screen is so brutal, that every war movie is inherently an anti-war movie, because people will see that violence and go, man, that is so terrible. I am anti-war. But the truth is that the reason that the war genre is especially a difficult a difficult thing to depict through film. Like, war is difficult to depict through film because of what the medium of film is. Film lends itself beautifully to action. It's why action movies are, action is best depicted through the medium of film because of the moving pictures, because of the visual medium of film. And so in films about war, because of that, because of the way that action lends itself to film and is very effective, and because at the end of the day, most filmmakers are concerned with the narrative, with the cinematic experience of the film, and also with like having a commercially successful film that they will always run into the problem of glorifying conflict, even if they do not mean to. And this is something that's debated. And when Francois Truffaut, who was, one of the big film directors of French New Wave, when he said that every film, he said violence is very ambiguous in movies. For example, some films claim to be anti-war, but I don't think I've really seen an anti-war film. Every film about war ends up being pro-war. I don't know if I 100% agree with him, but I do understand what he was trying to say with that, where even if a film is like the meaning of the filmmaker, the intention of the filmmaker is to show that war is bad, is to have a like moral reckoning with a moral reckoning of soldiers who go over to another country and fight a war, because of the medium of film and because of how the scenes of war, like bombs blowing up, like these battle scenes, these really cinematic moments in film will unfortunately undo the intentions, negate the intentions of the filmmaker, because it's entertainment, right? You watch, like, I love Saving Private Ryan. I love Saving Private Ryan. And I think that opening scene in Saving Private Ryan is incredible. But there's something kind of fucked up about it, that it's like commonly on a list of like greatest war scenes of all time, because ultimately that scene is so, it's so realistic, it's so brutal, but it is done with the intention of and has the effect of, there is a purpose to this still, that we are rooting for the Allies to triumph, to be heroic, and that it is at the end of the day, it is thrilling, it is very cinematic, it is a brutal event from history, but when depicted on screen, it's like the action of that entire sequence that just grips you.
There's no such thing as an anti-war film. These are the words of Francois Truffaut, and there are different ways to interpret this remark, but it's widely agreed that Truffaut was suggesting that movies will inevitably glorify combat when they portray the adventure and thrill of conflict. When Truffaut made this comment, he was referring to Stanley Kubrick's 1957 film, Paths of Glory, which is considered by many as the greatest anti-war film ever made. But in the same interview, Truffaut continues this remark. I find that violence is very ambiguous in movies. For example, some films claim to be anti-war, but I don't think I've really seen an anti-war film. Every film about war ends up being pro-war. I love a lot of the films that Truffaut is talking about. But the strange thing is, I don't entirely disagree with what Truffaut is saying. If you look at the science behind war movies, and the effect they have on our brain, Truffaut is actually right in a lot of ways. Regardless of genre or subject matter, at their core, all films are created as a form of entertainment, and our minds are consciously aware of that, but it still reacts. In a study conducted at Washington University regarding the psychology of movies, Professor Jeff Zach states, "You know there is nothing up there on the screen that can touch you or hurt you or pull you out of your chair, but we react as if they can." This is where neurocinematics comes into the equation. Neurocinematics is an area of research that explores the impact of film on the human brain, combining insights from neuroscience, psychology, and film studies. A leader in this field of research is Yuri Hassan, whose work utilizes MRI scans to measure the brain activity of a subject whilst they view a movie. Hassan's studies reveal that certain films can exert considerable control over brain activity, with the degree of influence varying based on the film's content, editing, and directing style, meaning that directors can literally influence how our brain is working through their filmmaking choices. Filmmaking is an art form that literally lives and dies through its choices. It's controlled entirely by the intent of the filmmakers. Everything that's put on screen is put there intentionally, and it's done so with the intent of creating an emotional response. Right now you may be freely looking around your room, out the window, or at your coffee cup on your desk, but in cinema you can't do this. Everything we see is curated by a director. Every gunshot, every explosion, every drop of blood, and every tear is there because it was put there intentionally to elicit a response. And this is where we begin to enter a paradox. Because in the case of most anti-war films, the emotion that our brains respond with is adrenaline. The paradoxical effect anti-war films have on the human brain, particularly through the elicitation of adrenaline, underscores a complex psychological phenomenon. It's a strange thing, because even though these films aim to depict the horrors and futility of war, their intense and often graphic portrayals can inadvertently trigger the body's adrenaline response. This response, characterized by heightened physical and mental alertness, is not inherently negative. The rush of adrenaline, therefore, transforms a viewing experience into one of excitement and heightened engagement, regardless of a film's heavy subject matter. Consequently, an intended anti-war message may be overshadowed by the viewer's physiological and emotional response, illustrating the intricate interplay between film content, brain chemistry, and viewer perception. And I think there's a lot of films that claim to be anti-war that really fall victim to this. In fact, some of these films I really, really love. It saddens me to say it, but films like Saving Private Ryan, Full Metal Jacket, Apocalypse Now, Paths of Glory, and Dunkirk all lose their impact as anti-war films because fundamentally, they glorify it.
Now, let me just pause because I do think Francis Ford Coppola, it's important to listen to his remarks on Apocalypse Now because he himself has now said that Apocalypse Now is not an anti-war film. So here's what he said. Coppola hesitates to call the film anti-war. No one wants to make a pro-war film. Everyone wants to make an anti-war film. Unless you're like, I don't know, Top Gun. But an anti-war film, I always thought, should be like Kon Ichikawa's 1956 post-Second World War drama, The Burmese Harp. Something filled with love and peace and tranquility and happiness. It shouldn't have scenes of violence. It shouldn't have sequences of violence that inspire a lust for violence. Apocalypse Now has stirring scenes of helicopters attacking innocent people. That's not anti-war. He pitches his own alternative by way of counterexample. I always thought the perfect anti-war film would be a story in Iraq about a family who were going to have their daughter be married and different relatives were going to come to the wedding. The people managed to come, maybe there'd be some dangers, but no one would get blown up, nobody would get hurt. They would dance at the wedding. That would be an anti-war film. An anti-war film cannot glorify war, and Apocalypse Now arguably does. Certain sequences have been used to rev up people to be warlike. So, I think that this is a really interesting point because basically what he's saying is a true anti-war film would be showing you the people who have been, you know, the targets of war crimes and violence from the biggest military in the world, the American military, and showing them as human beings, like having a wedding, enjoying like their lives and showing this showing this beautiful, peaceful existence of, you know, these are human beings who are you know, who are not deserving of being blown up and massacred. So I think that's an interesting point there. And it doesn't need to glorify it to desensitize you to scenes of violence and human suffering. Our city died of guns, violence, and war is deadened our response to real war and conflict. Well, as I said before, like, I think the inherent problem with anti-war, with war movies, is that cinema is not an adequate medium. Oops. What did I just do? Cinema is not an adequate medium to convey the horrors of war, the horrors of conflict, you know, to in its totality. It's kind of like how the Holocaust is so uniquely horrifying that narrative cinema ultimately will never be able to show the full extent of the horrors of the Holocaust. And so it is a huge challenge for filmmakers when they are when they have chosen to depict the events of a war or a conflict because of the problem that is inherent to the medium that they are working in. And as I said, then you throw in like commercial viability, you throw in the, you know, the kind of like narrative focus of the story in the film. And what often results is a war film that shows you, yeah, war is really brutal, but doesn't necessarily hit home the message that we should all be anti-war, that we should all be, you know, that war is never good, that war is never, ever, ever good. Where would a movie like Starship Troopers fall into this? I've actually not ever seen Starship Troopers, so I can't answer that, because without the context, for most people at the surface level, it'll be a movie that glamorizes war when it's not actually the intention. Yeah, and to be clear, this is not about like this is not about like guilt tripping us. And whenever we examine the role of film and its effects on, you know, its effects on our society and on our world, and what our role is as a consumer of, you know, a consumer of films. Oh, thanks so much.
Little steak salad,
Oh,
chimichurri.
that looks amazing. Thank you very much. I think what this is about is just like always questioning what the intentions are, right? Always looking at the effects that a film has, whether intentional or not. And I said before, but the viewer is the last author of the film. The last and honestly, the most important, arguably, when it comes to thank you. When it comes to the effect and the message of the film. And it depends on your individual sensibilities, it depends on your beliefs, it depends on your interpretation of what is being presented to you. And it's why like a film like Apocalypse Now, even though it is so brutal and depicts the depicts the like mental and physical anguish of the soldiers who were fighting in Vietnam, it also unintentionally had the effect of like inspiring people who saw that film, making them feel like, man, the camaraderie here, man, the purpose here is something that is a good thing, is a positive thing. People do not often have that analytic thought to see the fiction in these movies, in my opinion. Right, like they get swept up in the music, in the they get swept up in like the cinematic effects of the film, and so yeah, you might understand like, oh man, this is really violent and this is really brutal, and yet you still ultimately do not have this reckoning with with the idea of war in the first place, for it truly to have the effect of being an anti-war film. Like, let me just, for example,
put on War off, make it loud.
or and here's the thing, okay? So whoever the protagonist of the film is, that's whose perspective that we get. And we are naturally inclined to empathize with whoever's perspective we are receiving. And when war films are so often from the perspective of American soldiers, then that is who we are ultimately empathizing with. That's who's like, that's who we are seeing as the, the good guys, even if it's not a good guys, like, even if it's not like we look at something as simple as the good guys versus the bad guys, we're not saying like, oh, American soldiers, good guys, Vietnamese soldiers, bad guys, but it's still the way that the story is presented, the emotional experience that we're having is that we are with our protagonists, and our protagonists are the American soldiers. Have you seen Born on the 4th of July? Yeah. Right? And like the sweeping shots, and yeah, it's fucking violent and it's sad, but it's still so cinematic, right? And I say again, this is not to make you feel guilty and be like, oh no, but I love Platoon. Oh no, I love Apocalypse Now. Oh no, I love Saving Private Ryan. Yeah, I love those movies too, and I work to like see the moments that the just work to separate out when something is being romanticized, when something is propaganda, and understanding like why that is. And I think you can love those movies and understand that those films are not necessarily intrinsically sending the message that war should not ever happen.
Let's take a look at Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket, for example. Now, this is one of my all-time favorite films, and for the longest time, I saw Full Metal Jacket as the embodiment of the anti-war genre, but it really isn't. The dehumanizing first and second halves of Full Metal Jacket definitely don't intend to paint a flattering picture of military life. Yet, R. Lee Ermey's abusive drill sergeant has become somewhat of a folk hero, and the 1,000-yard stare has come to signify badassery rather than an unwashable stain on one's soul. The action meant to simulate the dread and misery of war instead becomes riveting and addictive. So if none of these films are anti-war films, then what is? In 1998, whilst promoting his film Saving Private Ryan, Steven Spielberg took opposition to Truffaut's comments. In fact, he stated the complete opposite. Any war movie, good or bad, is an anti-war movie. I don't think what Spielberg is saying here is right, but I think to disprove Truffaut's comments, we need to look at what exactly defines an anti-war film. And to do that, let's take a look at what many people consider the definitive anti-war film. Elem Klimov's Come and See. The film throws us into the abyss of World War II through the eyes of Floria, a Belarusian teenager eager to join the fight against the Nazis. But Come and See transcends the genre by wielding its visceral violence not for entertainment, but as a searing indictment of war's inhumanity. The film's brutality is unrelenting. Klimov doesn't shy away from depicting the unimaginable. Burning villages, mass executions, and the psychological torment inflicted on civilians are shown with a horrifying intimacy. This unflinching portrayal is born from Klimov's personal experiences. Klimov is a survivor of the Battle of Stalingrad. As a child, he and his family escaped the city by crossing the Volga in a makeshift raft. Having seen the devastation of war firsthand, he refused to sanitize it for the screen. Come and See doesn't portray war as the grand conquest for a just cause. It's about the erosion of innocence. Floria, initially wide-eyed with naive patriotism, transforms into a hollow shell. His youthful spirit is completely devoured by the carnage around him. This is where Come and See's anti-war message transcends other films.
Like this film takes a lot of care to avoid any sensationalizing, and to do so, it does not depict any scenes of battle, but instead shows you the aftermath, shows you the effect that violence has on the characters in the film. And there is there is like one really, I mean, the whole film is hellish, but there is a particularly nightmarish part of the film where you come to realize that an entire village was murdered and their bodies were stacked against a house like they were animals, and like they were animals that had been slaughtered. And the shot only lasts very briefly, okay? And that is intentional. It is a brief shot because it doesn't want to linger on that violence. It doesn't want to sensationalize it at all, because the purpose is the effect that it has on the characters rather than the act itself. And so the audience imagining, you know, the details of that massacre and you know, by only briefly showing the dead bodies, like that is again more terrifying than anything the filmmaker could depict on screen. It kind of goes back to the whole like don't show the monster type thing.
It doesn't offer catharsis through victory or the comfort of clear heroes and villains. Here, everyone is a victim caught in a maelstrom of violence. The film forces us to confront the true cost of war, not just in the lives that have been lost, but in the fracturing of humanity itself. This is why I think Come and See serves as a perfect benchmark for creating a criteria that defines whether a film is truly anti-war. So here's my criteria. Number 1, the film should avoid portraying war as a noble or heroic endeavor. Instead, it should focus on the senselessness and moral ambiguity of conflict. Number 2, the film must depict the widespread devastation caused by war, including the impact on civilians, soldiers, and the environment. Number 3, the film should be informed.
And I think in particular films about World War II, because of the evil of Hitler, this is in particular the first criteria of not glorifying war as a conquest of good over evil. It is very difficult because even those of us who understand how like so many of the wars that America is involved in have been nothing but our own greed and own brutal foreign policy, right? Like we are able to, it's very good. Yes, thank you. We are able to apply a critical lens to Vietnam, to Korea, to Iraq and Afghanistan. But with World War II, it's, well, Hitler was so evil and he had murdered, you know, he had committed a genocide against Jewish people and he was going to take over the world. And so the good guys had to fight the bad guys. And what that does is, are you okay?
Yeah, you left a lot of water out here.
No, I didn't leave any water. What happened?
I slipped.
Oh no. Wait, I didn't put any water down. Where the?
It's okay.
No, where is that from?
I don't know.
Oh, you know what? It's probably from the fucking dishwasher.
I slipped and hurt my ribs.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I think I'm alright.
Babe, I promise I did not put water on the ground.
It's okay.
Oh my God. Jesus. Yeah, he goes, yeah, you put water on the ground and I fell. I said, I did not put water on the ground. Why would I put water on the ground? He's been doing boxing, so his whole body hurts. And I guess he slipped in the kitchen. And I was like, okay, I'm so sorry you're hurt, but I did not put water on the ground. Why would I do that? Why would I put water on the ground? Yeah, maybe he didn't see the entrance to the wine cellar. Maybe that's what it was. Okay. Anyway. One day I will have a stream room that's far from any distractions, so I can remember what I was talking about. So, what I was saying was World War II. Yes, World War II seems to be, in particular, a subgenre of war films where it is a challenge to take away from it that war is still bad, right? That like war is in no circumstances should there be any like glory attached to it. Ahem. Because to be truly anti-war is to do no glorification of any conflict whatsoever, and to do no to not treat it as good versus evil, which in effect will have glorified violence and war.
Formed by the personal experiences of those who have lived through war, providing an authentic and unflinching perspective. And off the top of my head, I can only think of two other films that conform to this. Firstly is Larissa Shepitko's...
Also, yes, I understand that it is not the case that America got involved in the war because they cared so much about Jewish people. Like, to be clear about that. But I just mean when it comes to, like, I think even those who are, very condemning of the Vietnam War, Korean War, wars in the Middle East, like, etc., right? There is this nostalgia and this kind of reverence for World War II because that seemed to be the ultimate good versus evil. Right? Because Hitler was such a big bad, and it was a war to stop Hitler.
Was The Ascent, based on a novel by Belarusian writer Vasil Bykov. The film is set during World War II and follows two Soviet partisans as they struggle to survive whilst evading Nazi capture. The Ascent portrays the internal and external struggles of its characters without resorting to heroic tropes. The film's focus is on the moral dilemmas faced by the protagonists, highlighting the complexity and futility of their situation. The film vividly depicts the physical and psychological toll of war, with its harsh, snow-covered landscape serving as a powerful metaphor for the desolation and despair spread by conflict. Larissa Shepitko's father was a high-ranking officer in the military. When talking about her childhood, this is what she had to say. "My father fought all through the war. To me, the war was one of the most powerful early impressions. I remember feeling
Schindler's
upset,
List, directed
the
by
family separated.
Spielberg. Yep.
I remember hunger and how our mother and us were evacuated. The impression of a global calamity certainly left an indelible mark on my mind." The next film that conforms to this criteria is Masaki Kobayashi's Human Condition trilogy. Masaki Kobayashi's Human Condition trilogy is a sprawling exploration of the human cost of war. The trilogy follows Kaji, a pacifist and socialist, as he navigates the horrors of World War II and its aftermath. The trilogy presents a stark and unflinching portrayal of the brutality and inhumanity of war. Kaji's journey is one of moral and ethical struggle, not of heroism or glory. The trilogy covers a vast range of experiences, from the labor camps to the battlefield, providing a comprehensive view of war's devastation, depicting the suffering of soldiers, prisoners, and civilians alike. Kobayashi's own experiences as a soldier who refused to fight and was subsequently imprisoned deeply influenced his work. His personal commitment to pacifism and his first-hand knowledge of war's horrors are glaringly evident throughout the trilogy. While Truffaut's assertion that there's no such thing as an anti-war film holds weight in many cases, films like Come and See, The Ascent, and the Human Condition trilogy completely challenge this notion. They demonstrate that it is possible to create a cinematic experience that truly conveys the horrors of war without succumbing to the allure of spectacle. However, these films are extremely rare and require a delicate balance to avoid the pitfalls that Truffaut was warning against. Ultimately, the power of these films lies in their ability to make us pause and reflect more deeply on war's horrific nature and the senselessness
And the thing is like those films tend to be less commercial, right? For the people who are watching or have seen Come and See or the other ones that he mentioned, their sensibilities are probably already in line with what the intention of the filmmaker is. And, Come and See, like, there is no There is no reprieve there. But it's also not like sensationalist suffering. It's not like, we're just going to show you these cinematic scenes of brutality. It's very it's very pared down, and it's just incredibly bleak, and it's very I don't know, the focus very much so is on not depicting the action sequences, the violent action sequences, but the toll that it has on the characters in the film. It's not a coincidence all the directors of those anti-war films experience war firsthand. Yeah, I think that's interesting.
Of it all, and how dangerous it actually is to glorify it. Thanks for watching the video.
I would not say Dunkirk is an anti-war film. So the point that I've been trying to make is that, of course, any war film is going to show you how brutal war is, right? But it's not a matter of like, are you seeing how violent war is? It's about, is any of this conflict, is any of this soldier camaraderie, is any of this film inherently glorifying the conflict, even if that's not what like the filmmaker's trying to do? Ixkillabeast, thank you for the Prime.
What sort of casualties do you anticipate, sir?
Say 5% killed by our own barrage. It's a very generous allowance. 10% more in getting through no man's land, and 20% more getting through the wire. That leaves 65%, with the worst part of the job over. Let's say another 25% in actually taking the anthill. We're still left with a force more than adequate to hold it.
General, you're saying that more than half my men will be killed.
Yes, it's a terrible price to pay, Colonel. But we will have the anthill.
Paths of Glory is a film for our time, and for, I think, every time since the Industrial Revolution. It is about that point at which human beings become worth less, not more. And we may feel in this sort of postmodern age that some of us are worth more and that there are extraordinary opportunities in life, but the truth is labor is worth less. Automation is taking over. We don't have to be the actual soldiers to understand.
Do you think Platoon is anti-war? I feel like it is, but somebody take it as glorifying it. I don't want to keep just repeating myself, but no, I do not think that I do not think that when you compare it to a Come and See, Platoon is anti-war.
What it's saying about the actual value of human beings. It's a film about war, and it'll be true for war, but it's also a film about peace and about politics and about how money and power route themselves or fail to in our society. And we feel that when we're constricted in the lives of these French soldiers who are randomly being abused.
Oh my God, Twitch serving you a Marine ad right now, of fucking course.
By this institution that has this ostensibly larger goal than them, to win this war. We feel that intensely, and we feel the indignity of it, and we feel the unfairness of it. And
thank you, Anon.
Kubrick made a film that gets to the heart of that.
Also, I just have to say something. Okay. I have mixed feelings over Full Metal Jacket. One main reason being that Me So Horny, Me Love You Long Time, that it took me a long time to know where that fucking came from, because people would say that to me all the time because I'm Asian. They would literally just be like, me love you long time, me so horny, are you horny? And I had no idea that that came from Full Metal Jacket until I finally watched the film one day and was like, okay, great. So, just personally speaking, that was a thing and is honestly kind of still a thing. I still will see people post a caption of a photo and it's like, me love you long time, and it's a picture of them and their boyfriend. I'm like, oh, and I just feel very triggered by it. I feel very triggered by it because of the way that it was directed at me. And your shitting racist uncle, your racist uncle who shits, showed me that movie. Yeah. So that is just, I don't know. I have mixed feelings towards Full Metal Jacket. That being a major reason why, because it was a line that was used to fetishize and dehumanize me, which sucked.
Newspaperman for the first career I had in life.
Okay, I can't remember why I have this video. Was there something in this video? The creator of The Wire explains how he took inspiration from the narrative and moral complexity. Okay, no, I don't think I wanted to play this video. Sorry, I don't think that this is super pertaining to what I wanted to talk about next. All right, let's look at...
This episode is made possible.
Okay. Wait. No, I know what I want to do. Yeah. Okay. Here is. Let me put my food away. Farley, move it or lose it. Here is a piece that a former vet wrote in Medium about this topic. There's no such thing as an anti-war film. We need to deal with the pervasive military propaganda in our entertainment. So, as I have already stated, I mostly agree with Francois Truffaut, but I don't fully agree blanket statement that there is not a single anti-war film, because all war films glorify conflict. But I do think a lot of films that are presented as anti-war films are not really anti-war films, and that is largely to do with the problem of the medium of film being used to convey the horrors of war. Okay. Growing up, I loved war films. Casablanca, The Great Escape, and Judgment at Nuremberg are still some of my favorite movies. I can still remember the thrill of watching Saving Private Ryan and Life is Beautiful when they aired on cable. Even watching anti-war films like Jarhead filled me with an ambiguous patriotic feeling. War was hell, these movies made that clear, but it was portrayed as a necessary evil required to serve our country, whatever that meant. As a kid, I never questioned that premise, and I always accepted it as true. I applied these beliefs to every war film I watched. You know what I will say, too? One thing I've noticed is that war films that tend to be the most, really the most anti-war are not American ones. They are not American films. Okay. Oliver Stone's Platoon showed a young man, Charlie Sheen, whose idealism fades when he is caught in the middle of infighting between two sergeants with conflicting opinions on the local Vietnamese people. Sam Mendes' Jarhead shows a Marine, Jake Gyllenhaal, struggling with his own false expectations of war, his dysfunctional unit, and his inability to maintain composure in the face of uncertainty. Neither paints a pretty picture of war, but somehow these films were just as appealing. I joined the military because I didn't know what I wanted to do in college. I thought the benefits would be good and the military would be a great career stepping stone. I came from a conservative military family and I felt this weird inner obligation to serve my country. Movies and shows like Black Hawk Down and Band of Brothers made me think that serving in the military is what it truly means to love my country. Neither of these appear to glorify war. They treat it as a necessary horror that Americans tolerate in order to conquer an evil dark side. Without these people, evil would win. How could movies like Full Metal Jacket be so appealing to me despite being anti-war films? Because they aren't. French director and film critic Francois Truffaut claimed, There's no such thing as an anti-war film. The reasoning is due to these movies' appealing displays, the thrill of combat, and the on-screen camaraderie. Even the war movies with plenty of tragedy and heartbreak still manage to make violence and killing seem cool. And they rarely portray their own country's military actions in an accurate manner. My personal experience is not far off from Truffaut's claim. Though I was never deployed or experienced combat in the Army, there was a lot of emphasis and appreciation towards belonging to a brotherhood. There was some sort of innate pride generated from wearing the uniform and being around those wearing the same. I felt a sense of belonging, though I couldn't describe why. This sense of belonging made me ignore things around me that I would otherwise speak out against. While I was in the Army, I heard the word savages a lot. I always thought it was being used interchangeably with terrorists. But slowly over time, I started to notice that officers and other soldiers using the word as an umbrella term for anybody and everything in the Middle East. They would deny any wrongdoing by the U.S. military, partly because criticism while in uniform was forbidden, and claimed that all actions were justified regardless of nuance or context. They would deny America's foreign policy playing a large part in the attacks on 9/11. I'm sorry, fuck it, I'm saying it. Just kidding. They would deny 7,500 civilian deaths from American-led airstrikes. I was fed the lie that everyone in the Middle East hates Americans because their cultural differences didn't like that we were free. I was told our presence over there was to protect freedom, defend democracy, and end terrorism. And I am ashamed to say that I believed it. I remember how my platoon sat in the classroom listening to a story about one of our drill sergeants from one of his deployments. He told us how in the gunner seat of his Humvee, he witnessed an angry-looking man driving really fast at him. He told us how he fired a warning shot, but the angry Haji didn't stop. And when the man got too close, he painted the back seat red. He concluded his story by telling us that he soon found out the guy's car had brake failure, that he couldn't stop. A very ugly silence immediately filled the room. But the next moment he said, "But man, that 50 cal felt great." This was met with laughter. A few days later, we were back in the classroom where a different drill sergeant complained about the new rules of engagement and how during his first deployment, it was us versus them. He talked about killing as if it was the most dangerous game. He said that they were training us not to ask questions, to save who needed to be saved and kill who needed to be killed. The ambiguity of that statement seemed intentional. No one ever elaborated on why we were in the Middle East. They never elaborated on whether the Iraq War was a legitimate war. They kept it as vague as possible and said it wasn't our position to ask questions. Drill sergeants would talk about how great young recruits fresh out of high school were because our brains were easily molded to become the best soldier possible, and they could change the way that we think and act. I would often write home and mention how well I was doing and how great of a soldier I was becoming. After hearing remarks from the mouths of superiors such as sending the Towlees to meet their virgins and Allah, I found myself looking around at my platoon and noticing all of us silently nodding in approval. The same day, I was halfway through writing a letter before I stopped and reread what I was writing. I wrote that I couldn't wait to protect my country from savage terrorists. I threw the letter away. Many years later, I was at an NHL game, and the arena had a small ceremony for active duty military members due to retire. The place was roaring with cheers and applause, but I stood still with my arms at my sides. How could I know that these military members weren't the types to call everyone in the Middle East savages? How would I know that they weren't the type who denied or tried to justify the lies about WMDs, the CIA's use of torture, or the U.S.'s many coups for personal gain around the world? How could I know if they were a good person? Military propaganda isn't exclusive to film. It's bled into multiple forms of entertainment. The NHL isn't the worst offender. That accolade belongs to the NFL. Between 2012 and 2015, the NFL was paid $53 million of taxpayer money. We're paying for this to advertise the military for recruitment. This is known as paid patriotism. During the Star-Spangled Banner, players were required to line up and face the flag with their hand over their hearts. David Meghesi disobeyed this order, which resulted in his benching at the end of the 1968 season. And after the 1969 season, he was out of the league despite playing at an all-pro level. The NFL made Arizona Cardinals safety Pat Tillman the poster boy for recruitment after he left his NFL career to join the Army in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks. While deployed in Iraq, Tillman became very vocal about his disdain for the Bush administration and claimed what the United States was doing was fucking illegal. After Tillman was killed by friendly fire, he was murdered. The United States Army covered it up because they couldn't let their poster boy for recruitment become the new face of anti-war advocacy. Could I have a link to this article? Yeah, of course. Here you go. The military has even started attempting to recruit people off of Twitch.tv. I know that place. A streaming platform mostly used by young people. A report in The Nation detailed the attempts, which included giveaways of computer hardware and asking people as young as 12 to sign recruitment forms. One political activist was banned. Wait, who is this?
Yes, thank you for giving me an even worse. By the way, I think...
Wait, this is Slasher. Just having a good time with the U.S. Army Esports Twitch stream. This is from 2020.
Every post that I do from now on is going to say ooh in it, just to flex.
I like it.
Bro, this is insane. This is a guy playing Warzone on the U.S. Army Esports channel.
Y'all gonna go talk all that crap to my angel on the esports team, the nicest person in the entire world.
Okay, and then I don't know if you can see this, but really chill guy, I think that's Slasher, that's Jordan, said, "What's your favorite U.S. war crime? Your message wasn't posted due to conflicts with the channel's moderation settings."
You little internet keyboard monster is what you are.
You little gremlin.
You little gremlins, I swear.
And then typed it again,
well, no,
but
I won't stand for that.
Like
I'm bigger than you.
as W4R to get around the moderation settings.
Yo, why? Get out of my business. Someone just ran into the room.
And then linked the Wikipedia United States war crimes.
Oh, yes. Thank you for giving me an even worse gun. Thank you.
Dared for sale. What's up, man?
Oh, cool.
And now is been banned.
Really chill guy. Have a nice time getting banned, my dude. Which, by the way...
Whoa, okay. That's wild. That is wild. Okay, so that happened in 2020. The words "war crime" were prohibited by the channel's moderation settings, and the channel has since been taken down after criticisms of censorship and First Amendment violations. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez introduced an amendment to vote to prohibit the military from recruiting off the platform, but the amendment was rejected. Representative Peter Visklosky didn't vote in favor, claiming because of the low qualification percentage of young Americans. We ought to cast a very broad net to encourage young Americans to serve in their country. This isn't the military's first attempt at trying to hide or shift blame for war crimes. Sledgehammer Games collaborated with the Pentagon for their recently released game Call of Duty Modern Warfare. The game has a mission in the fictionalized Middle Eastern country of Urkistan. During the mission, the player is told there's only one road if there's an attempt to escape to the mountains. Tariq al-Mawat, or the Highway of Death. The game tells us that the Russians bombed it during the invasion. The Highway of Death actually happened, except it was bombed by the United States, not the Russians. This 6-lane highway, officially known as Highway 80, was subject to bombings that caused hundreds of deaths to fleeing Iraqi forces, civilian refugees, and Kuwaiti hostages that were complying with the UN resolution of 660. Oh, you mean that there were civilians and other people who were told that, hey, this is a safe route for you to evacuate. You must evacuate. And then when they did, they were bombed to death. Yeah, it's crazy they didn't pick a war crime Russia has surely committed. It's like, bro, Russia has committed hella war crimes. Instead, you chose to rewrite the history on an American war crime. Despite knowing all these war crimes, attempted cover-ups, and shifting of blame, I felt guilty. Guilty that I was failing my country, my family, and my friends. Values that were given to me from a young age without elaboration that I just blindly contributed to military service. I felt stupid because I let movies, television, and entertainment shape my expectations of what the military would be like. You'll find that most movies portray the U.S. military in a positive light, likely because Pentagon liaison officers oversee many scripts asking for use of military equipment. This very thing happened in Top Gun. During its theatrical run, the U.S. Navy set up recruitment tables outside of theaters. That is so fucked up. Overall confidence in the military increased, and the Navy saw an uptick in military enlistments. Did you guys see that today the Navy gave Tom Cruise honored with the U.S. Navy's highest civilian award due to outstanding contributions with Top Gun and other movies. He's being recognized for his on-screen representation of the military branch. I'm telling you, this does not happen to an actor or film that is separate from the DoD, okay? The Navy said that Cruise has increased public awareness and appreciation for our highly trained personnel and the sacrifices that they make while in uniform. So, yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I say that even if these films are depicting the violence of war and how brutal and awful and terrible it is, it's so rare that it is examining the existence of the U.S. military itself, that it is holding up a critical lens to the reasons for the military being there in the first place. As an AZ native, when I would go to Cardinal Stadium with my family to watch football, I would pass by Pat's statue. I remember the legal battles his family went through against the U.S. military, or when and the fact that they will still try to make Pat their poster boy, and it's like, you guys fucking murdered him, okay? Russell Coons, director of the Navy Office of Information West, claimed that his office turned down 95% of scripts that come in. Coons claimed because in most cases it doesn't represent... yeah, I'm sorry. Russell, who? It doesn't represent our core values. We're not going to support a program that disgraces a uniform or presents us in a compromising way. While movies do have artistic freedom, which allows certain movies to exist without blatantly glorifying the military, Hollywood has been a propaganda arm for the film industry for some time, and it can shape how audiences perceive such topics. It's certainly shaped mine. This is most noticeable in movies like John Wayne's The Green Berets. Wayne wrote President Lyndon B. Johnson asking for use of props and on-site filming locations under the condition that the Pentagon got final say of what they could portray. The film also attributed war atrocities such as rapings and kidnappings to the Vietnamese, even though those specific atrocities were committed by U.S. troops. In Clint Eastwood's American Sniper, legendary sniper Chris Kyle is portrayed as a good old Christian Southern boy who joined the military after 9/11 and saved many American soldiers' lives due to his precision aim. In Kyle's book, which the movie is very loosely based on, Kyle claims he found killing fun and referred to Iraqis as savages. American Sniper's biggest sin isn't its willful disregard for accuracy, but rather how it quantifies patriotism. Throughout the film, the audience is constantly reminded of the exact number of confirmed kills that Kyle has, 160. The film never questions the act of killing, but rather celebrates it. Friends, family, and fellow soldiers are constantly applauding Kyle for his confirmed kills against the savages and animals, as the movie calls the people of Iraq. Oh, you mean like these savages?
Get your hands up and come outside. Come outside.
Like when I was watching the trailer for Warfare, I just kept thinking, oh, is the house that they're in like a house like this where they held the family at gunpoint and kicked them out of their home? Is that how they ended up in that house? Yeah. Anyway, even when films question the act of killing, soldiers are always painted as the victims. Exactly. Sure, they are victims by virtue of being a tiny cog in the military-industrial complex machine, but when films reflect and introspect about war, it always stops at the individual. Looking at Platoon again, Sheen's character never reflects broadly. In a scene where he's told to dig trenches and fill sandbags, he has a monologue claiming hell is the impossibility of reason. That's what this feels like. Hell. He continues on about how much he hates it and how he thinks he's made a mistake. He never questions his place in that larger machine, the machine that lied to start a war. Zero Dark 30 is the best example of blatant U.S. military propaganda being perpetuated by Hollywood. Its script was heavily influenced by input from the CIA. The film shows a detainee that is continuously brutally tortured, and that it's this detainee that finally gives up a name that the entire movie hinges on to find information about Osama bin Laden. In reality, our war crimes of torture didn't cause useful intelligence to be obtained. The film attempts to justify these war crimes with audio tapes of 9/11 victims crying for help. That is so fucked up. It takes advantage of the audience 9/11 trauma to justify the war crimes that its characters are committing. The Report, meanwhile, is an anomaly among military-related films. It's one of the rare movies to show the U.S. in a negative light. It doesn't hold any punches and accurately represents torture's ineffectiveness to obtain information. The film is about former Senate investigator Daniel Jones of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who conducted the Senate's largest investigation in history and found that the CIA lied about the specific tactics being used, their effectiveness, severity, and broke the law several times in an attempted cover-up. The Report even pokes fun at Zero Dark 30 by having Daniel Jones, Adam Driver, scoff while watching it. The scariest propaganda is the kind that goes mostly undetected by wide audiences. Plenty of other types of movies can be filled with propaganda. The director of entertainment media at the U.S. Department of Defense worked with Michael Bay on his Transformers franchise. The two mutually agree to show off the military's latest equipment. Peter Berg's Battleship is about the U.S. Navy dealing with an alien invasion. Producer Sarah Aubrey claimed, "We made this movie because we wanted to showcase the modern Navy." Battleship and the Transformers franchise are CGI-heavy blockbusters aimed at kids to advertise toys, and something else. I fell victim to Hollywood's perpetuation of military propaganda and find a lot of others have as well. It wasn't solely responsible for my enlistment, but it played a larger role than I'd like to admit. I find myself getting frustrated with many war movies now because I picture someone else falling into the same trap I did. I picture another person silently. This is what I mean by, your sensibilities might be that when you watch a film that depicts war, that depicts the military, that depicts, everything we've been talking about, that you are not going to react with a sense of patriotism that drives you to want to, that drives you to want to serve your country because you believe that is the most noble thing that you can do. And yet there are, everybody is different, and some people really do feel really are affected by military propaganda and the glorification of war in entertainment and media. I picture another fresh high school graduate being lied to about America's unlawful and immoral self-serving military actions. There's someone else out there watching movies portraying the U.S. military as the arbiters of freedom, justice, and peace when history has shown otherwise. I picture someone else making the same mistake I did. How do we fix this? Is there even a way to fix this? Do we extend the cultural shift of how we are planning to accurately portray police on screen to how we can portray the U.S. military on screen? If so, what does the other side of this look like? Are audiences ready or interested in movies that portray the military as it really is? I mean, at the end of the day, this is a money-making... This is a money-making business. So, unfortunately, Top Gun was a very well-made movie, okay? No shame at all if you enjoyed Top Gun. But Top Gun made $1 billion. Top Gun was one of the biggest movies of the year. And there is just so much commercial viability of films like Top Gun. And it's why there is such a strong partnership between the entertainment industry and the Department of Defense, because it's like a win-win.
Once again, this is David Levinson reminding you and anybody else that's listening,
Detective.
Don't mess with Earth.
Military recruitment and Hollywood.
The long-awaited sequel to the 1996 mega blockbuster Independence Day.
You're doing a good job explaining the Hollywood partnership and U.S. military partnership dynamic. Thank you. It's a topic that I talk about quite often, actually. And I just really think it's important that we are always
Once fans arrive at that website, they're asked to enlist in the ESD to help fight off future alien invasions and, quote, defend Earth's independence at all cost. By clicking Enlist, visitors are notified that they are now a soldier with the rank of private. Now, in order to determine your role in this fantasy military organization, fans are instructed to complete a series of gamified missions. Minigames include simulations where players learn how to pilot an unmanned military drone or crack secret alien codes. Completing each mission raises your rank and unlocks exclusive Independence Day movie content.
We've taken fighter jets that the U.S. military would have been accustomed to, and we've incorporated alien technology.
Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this is just a clever marketing stunt designed to drum up more interest in the film.
Nope.
But there's something a little more insidious going on here. In order to compete to unlock those movie extras, fans are instructed to sign in with Facebook. But by doing so, it allows the US Army access to your Facebook page and your personal data along with it. That's because this whole Earth space defense campaign is actually a surreptitious recruiting tool for the US Army.
Isn't that so fucking insidious? It's insane. Yeah. So just know, if there's ever anything that feels just too close to like the actual like, how do I describe it? Where you go, oh, this could be a fun game, or this could be a recruiting tool for the military. If that's your instinct, just know that your instinct is right, okay? If your instinct is, this feels recruiting. This feels very recruity.
It's part of a multi-million-dollar joint advertising venture between 20th Century Fox and the United States military. If you look carefully, you'll notice a small, unassuming US Army logo in the corner of the page, right across from the Independence Day movie logo. If you look even more closely, you'll notice that when linking over to joinesd.com, you're quietly redirected to goarmy.com, where the site's hosted. Goarmy.com, for those who don't know, is the official website for US Army recruitment.
Were you surprised when your daughter enlisted?
Not at all. She's a born leader. I know I've been taking...
Remember, in order to recruit people, they gotta market to people. This is marketing. It's all marketing. They are marketing the Army.
So you don't worry about her?
Of course I worry about her. I fought in the war in '96. I know what those things are capable of. But I know what my daughter is capable of. And I know this planet is safer because she's defending it.
Now that trailer is almost indistinguishable from real US Army television commercials, at least up until the point where the kindly father figure in the US Army cap starts reminiscing about the War of 1996. You remember, that's the fictional one that didn't actually happen, where the US military defeated the extraterrestrial invasion with the help of Will Smith.
Welcome to Earth.
Welcome to Earth.
Yeah, that line rules.
Cross-branded promotions are now ubiquitous in Hollywood. You've probably seen commercials for Audi or Doritos or Coke that double as trailers for superhero films. These movie tie-ins are meant to trigger an emotional connection in viewers and increase what's referred to as positive brand association by connecting a product with something that people already like.
Okay.
The idea is that if you already think that, say, the Hulk is cool, and you're already really excited to see the Hulk smash stuff in the latest Marvel movie, then seeing the Hulk enjoying a can of Coke will link those pre-existing, happy, fanish feelings in your mind to the product on the screen, even if that's just on an unconscious level. And the uncomfortable truth is that this kind of marketing actually works really, really well, which is why corporations spend billions every year doing it. But here's the thing. Convincing people to eat a bag of street taco-flavored Doritos? Ugh. Convincing people to eat a bag of Doritos and convincing people to sign away 8 years of their lives to the US Army are not exactly comparable. While arguably both might be unhealthy, life in the military presents significantly more risk to your mental, emotional, and physical well-being than having a little junk food now and then. Now, if cross-branded advertising sounds manipulative, that's because it is. Which is why it's not exactly surprising that the US military is jumping on the bandwagon. The US Army now spends in excess of $200 million per year of taxpayer money on advertising. The US Army contracted advertising firm responsible for the Earth's...
Yeah, never forget that this is our fucking money, all of this. The money spent to recruit people.
Space defense campaign is upfront about what they're doing, saying, quote, "It allows us to tell the U.S. Army recruitment story in a very new and very relevant way." The thing is, that recruitment story they're selling is pure fantasy. Now, to be clear, many people do initially want to join the military for altruistic reasons. Unfortunately, U.S. Army recruiters are notorious for extremely deceptive tactics.
All right, go through the door. Go, 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 go. All right, to the left.
You look like you're really into this. You guys want a real challenge?
As a soldier in the United States Army, you'll find out what you're really made of and how far you can go. Explore over 150 careers, help pay for college, and learn if you qualify for an enlistment bonus. Call 1-888-395-ARMY now for a free copy of the America's Army game and this new interactive DVD.
Promises of large cash bonuses and money for college are commonly used to entice poor students into enlistment. But the fine print on those contracts makes it so only about 15% of recruits end up getting a college degree out of the deal, and 65% receive no money for college at all. Recruiters also routinely hide the dangers that go along with life in the military, even outside of combat scenarios. Potential soldiers are not told that the levels of sexual assault and sexual harassment in the military are alarmingly high. Recruiters don't mention that 1 in 4 women and about 1 in 14 men face severe and persistent sexual harassment and discrimination while serving. They don't mention the fact that suicide rates among veterans are extremely high compared to civilians, and they certainly don't tell you that 1/3 of all homeless men in the United States are military veterans. For the record, that's over 200,000 people.
Right, because they're selling a dream. They're selling a dream, and the dream is a dream of heroism, right? Of valor, of doing the greatest thing that you can do for the country that has given you so much. And that is to serve your country. That is the dream, right? The dream of purpose.
Let's be frank. If you enlist in the Army, there's a darn good chance you're going to have a bad time. And the military knows it. This reality presents something of a PR nightmare, which is why the military has...
Oh, do we have someone in chat who's infallible to propaganda? Congratulations.
long turned to Hollywood to help clean up their image and sell the idea of enlistment. Every branch of the U.S. military has offices in Los Angeles, which are tasked with collaborating on Hollywood movies and video game productions.
Doesn't work on me.
Now, for decades, they wouldn't touch anything involving UFOs. In fact, the military famously refused to assist on the original Independence.
Like that's like earlier of anyone who was like, well, a real leftist doesn't have blind spots. Wow. You're perfect. The rest of us are it's an individual failure on the rest of us, and not you. You are infallible.
Day because the script referenced Area 51. But that's no longer...
I've talked about it in here a lot, but I was legitimately convinced I was doing the right thing and going to liberate a country, Iraq, from bad guys. Boy, was I wrong. Yeah, I mean, look, are there certainly people who join the military because they are deranged, because they want to, they just want to kill people and they are just sicko wackos? Yeah. But a lot of people are fed this propaganda that to serve your country is the most moral thing that you can do. And that it will give you purpose in life. And that, all the other reasons that are fed to you, the lies that are fed to you, in order to recruit you into the military-industrial complex killing machine. I think what matters is how, if you served in the military, I think having the understanding and reflection on what the military was actually all about and the brutality of American foreign policy and how soldiers are used to carry out that foreign policy, not in service of freedom and morality, but for maintaining the power of the United States, for their for their interests that have nothing to do with anything moral.
No longer the case. The military has recently collaborated on science fiction movies.
Your Palestinian dad came here when he was 11, joined the military at 18 because he couldn't afford school, is now dealing with PTSD, and yeah, Jesus.
Man of Steel, Iron Man, and Transformers.
It's terrible.
The film crew aboard for the movie Battleship. Don't hesitate to show them anything they ask for. Please make them feel as welcome as humanly possible.
We are now embedded with the United States Navy. We're using all the real crew from this ship right now, and these guys are acting out scenes and fighting their ship, and I think they're having a lot of fun.
Right behind us is the 5-inch gun.
Now, in exchange for granting filmmakers assistance and access to both equipment and personnel, the military just demands one little thing in return: final script approval.
That's a very bad idea!
You have to thank her now. She sent the Navy and Marines.
God bless you, Ellie.
This arrangement...
And the thing is I remember seeing Jurassic Park 3 for the first time and feeling such reverence for the Navy and the military and being like, oh, thank God, the good guys are here. They are here to save the day.
Ensures that Hollywood depictions of the military are always positive and uncritical, even when the story involves dinosaurs or killer robots or aliens from outer space. This cozy relationship is sometimes referred to as militainment because it produces media that glorifies military institutions.
Yeah, I
combat,
was a young gal.
So there's a long history of military involvement in Hollywood. Still, I'd argue that this Independence Day movie collaboration is especially insidious. Now, beyond the covert collection of personal data via Facebook, which is bad enough, what's so unsettling about it is that the U.S. Army is leaning heavily on the fantasy of alien invasions as a way to convince young people to become soldiers in real life.
When the soldiers in the movie rise up, when they adapt to a new threat facing the world, when they find a way to win no matter what, remember where Hollywood gets that from. The U.S. Army has been defending American independence for more than 241 years. Go to goarmy.com/independence to learn how you can join their ranks.
Bro, that is so fucking insidious. Insidious is the word of the day. Really, it is the word of the day because that is what it is, right? These fuckers in the Middle East, they are aliens. They are not like you and I, okay? They are dangerous from the moment that they are born. They don't want the things that we want. And that's why we got to go over there and blow them to hell, okay? Just like they did in Independence Day. Remember how amazing that was in the movie when they finally blew up the mothership? You too can be a part of that if you go over there and kill a bunch of brown people.
Thanks. Independence Day Resurgence in theaters June 24th.
The problem is, where Hollywood gets that from is from fiction, or at least a heavily sanitized version of the U.S. military. Now, this cross-branded Earth Space Defense campaign does fit very neatly with the U.S. Army's PR tagline, Defending America's Independence. There's just one small problem with that. It's not exactly true anymore. The majority of modern U.S. military operations look a whole lot more like intervention than independence. And those operations are certainly not designed to beat back any invasion of the heartland, either from foreign or extraterrestrial origin. The long and short of it is, the U.S. government has been in a near constant state of war for over a century, In fact, it's overthrown or invaded over 50 countries just since the end of World War II.
We love war.
In an incredibly strange coincidence, most of those military interventions have somehow ended up benefiting...
You know what? I'm not even going to use the word war because that's what it is, a military intervention. We love military interventions.
Or protecting...
Yeah, you elected someone who's going to take unlimited rights away from our megacorps. Time for regime change. Yeah, you guys did something in another country that we don't approve of, that we don't like. We're going to invade and install who we want into the, into the head position of power, but they will obviously be a puppet because we will be the ones pulling the strings. And along the way, we will completely destabilize your economy and a bunch of people will die. And then, God forbid, if they try to seek refuge in the United States of America, we will turn them away.
Economic interests of American big business. And under the umbrella of the so-called War on Terror, the U.S. military is currently raining destruction down on countries all across the Middle East and North Africa. That's the grim, messy, and often bloody reality of it. And that unpleasant reality is one of the reasons why the U.S. Army is increasingly turning to science fiction stories as a recruiting tool.
Heroes. Ordinary people who discover they can do extraordinary things. With unique talents and strengths, they stand together as an elite class. It's more than a uniform. It's a chance to be part of something bigger than you ever imagined. Try it on at facebook.com/GoArmy and see exclusive content for X-Men First Class. Only in theaters June 3rd. There's Strong, and then there's Army Strong.
Science fiction can provide a simple good versus evil narrative, one that appeals to patriotism and a desire to save the world without any association with those real-life military operations and atrocities. In addition to leaning on science-fictional conflicts, the U.S. Army is also leveraging science-fictional technology and science-fictional weaponry as an exciting pop culture lore to hook young people into enlistment.
Come on, come on! Oh, break left!
Fighting imagined enemies avoids the uncomfortable associations with U.S. foreign policy. So killer robots or zombies or alien invasions, these are all dehumanized conflicts without any messy moral questions attached. There are no real human beings with feelings or families or grievances with U.S. imperialism.
Give me that thing.
Invading space aliens are easy to kill. There's no guilt or remorse or critical thinking that's required.
It's also like
Unlike
black
the real
and white,
where
good
killing
versus
other
evil.
people, no matter how vile they may be, is never something you should feel particularly good about. Independence Day Resurgence didn't do so well at the box office, so we probably won't be subjected to another movie in this series. Unfortunately, we'll definitely be seeing the U.S. military using this type of advertising tactic again. That's because both the U.S. military and the advertising industry understand something that many people still want to deny, and that is that fiction can be a very powerful and very effective way to influence people's actions and attitudes. The military has a long tradition of intentionally blurring the lines between fiction and reality. But this latest movie tie-in represents a shift to a more insidious form of product placement. And we have a word for when the government does this kind of thing. And that word is propaganda. I hope you found this video useful.
Yeah.
If you'd like to see more long-form video essays that focus on the intersections of
luckily though, that one chatter is completely immune to propaganda. So they don't even need to watch this video at all. They're good.
This episode is made possible by Fabulous. Start building healthy habits and support this channel by checking out Fabulous at the link below. On this week's episode of Now That You're on the Left, You're Not Allowed to Enjoy Any Media, Hey, Stop It Right Now, presented by Second Thought, we're going to look at Hollywood's crucial role in the military.
That's so funny. Because that's how I feel like sometimes I come across where I'm like, yeah, sorry, you can't enjoy these things. But I'm like, no, I'm not saying you can't enjoy this stuff. And like, I enjoy this stuff. I just think that, recognizing propaganda, recognizing military propaganda, understanding the relationship with the, between the DoD and the entertainment industry, understanding like how capitalism is at play in filmmaking, and how this is a business, and it's a big business. it's same goes for like whatever entertainment you enjoy, video games, etc. Yeah, leftism is when no fun. Leftism is when no fun.
Industrial complex. From Marxist analysis of superstructures to FOIA documents and the propaganda of the American Office of War Information, we're going to examine how it is that the American disease of perpetual war gains public support from our film industry. Come on, it's gonna be fun. We're doing a Marxist analysis of Shrek, but for all of Hollywood. So where do we start? Well, a good place to begin talking about all of this is with the Department of Defense's direct involvement in Hollywood movies' depiction of the United States and its armed forces. To be clear, if you go to the DoD's
Look, dude, we just watched Die Hard for film night, and I fucking love Die Hard, okay?
They are very upfront about the fact that they are involved in Hollywood productions and in the way scripts for major blockbusters are
Officer
written.
John McClane.
What you might not expect is the, let's say, interesting way they like to phrase that involvement. Here's what the website reads. The Defense Department has a long-standing relationship with Hollywood. In fact, it's been working with filmmakers for nearly 100 years. Production agreements require the DoD to be able to review a rough cut of the film, so officials can decide if there are areas that need to be addressed before a film is released. While Hollywood is paid to tell a compelling story that will make money, the DoD is looking to tell an accurate story. Sure. We'll get to that last part in a second. But first, we should get an idea of the actual scale of DoD involvement. In a series of publicly accessible documents, you can get a list of all the movies and TV shows that the DoD admits publicly to have contributed to or denied assistance. The list goes back decades, and what's great about it is that there are little notes about what the DoD changed in each of these movies or the reasons they were refused assistance. For a good number of these movies, it's very clear that in return for access to military equipment and locations, which would otherwise be incredibly costly to reproduce for even big-budget studios, certain storylines and dialogues were altered or removed entirely. I've already talked on this channel about the media wing of the US military, specifically its influence on Twitch and in animated shorts targeting Gen Z in this video. Now that's a nice video. Boy, I love that video. You better watch that video after you're done with this video, I'll tell you right now. You won't forget, right? But that episode is focused on recruiting. While that is a major goal of the military's propaganda campaigns, and it's meant to make war institutions look wholesome and good, it's really just one part of a much bigger project. And
I completely missed this era because I was not on Twitch, but this is crazy that that there was like a push to recruit people on Twitch. That is so, as I said, the word of the day, insidious.
It's also much more obvious what's going on. It's the military saying how the military is great on its own platform, not on someone else's platform like a big-budget Hollywood movie. What the FOIA documents reveal is the much more subtle ways, the insinuations, the detailed rewrites that don't necessarily make the military look great, but that gloss over the realities that make it look bad, or that make sure more critical movies have a harder time getting produced. That they don't get access to.
No, I'm not saying that there's still not a push, of course. Like, people are getting fucking military ads served to them on my channel. But as far as like the US Army having that Twitch channel where they would have streamers like stream FPS games,
the privileges the pro-military movies do. From the military's point of view, this kind of favoritism makes complete sense.
And I think
why would they promote
off
a movie that makes them look bad by accurately reflecting the imperialist project the US has undertaken, especially since the end of the Second World War? They wouldn't, and they don't. The result of this favoritism is that the films that do get DoD support paint a pretty uniform image of the US military as heroic and exemplary in most cases, and only accidentally ineffective, but ultimately well-meaning at the very most critical end of the spectrum. And because these pro-military movies end up saving so much on production cost and get access to military equipment and facilities for shoots, they are far more likely to get produced and to become blockbusters.
This is what I mean by commercially viable, right? That war is, pro-military, just the war genre in general is a money-making machine, but also it depends how it's being depicted. And if you are focusing on victims of American foreign policy as showing their perspective Not gonna.
Case
Nope.
for some MCU
Nope.
movies. It's Top Gun.
Not
It's
gonna sell
Bond
tickets.
movies like Tomorrow Never Dies. Those are the movies that get DoD support and that get the cleanup treatment. Now, to be clear, movies that portray the military apparatus more accurately, with less of a rose-tinted hue, are still going to be made. But without State Department support, they might not reach the same blockbuster status as often or to such a degree as their more profitable box office neighbors. Surprisingly, the DoD's goal is incredibly transparent. Philip Strubb, Director of Entertainment Media at the US Department of Defense, said it pretty plainly. Our desire is that the military are portrayed as good people trying to do the right thing the right way. That's probably our single most important imperative. And to make sure that it does happen that way, military organizations are willing to leverage the billions they have at their disposal in the form of military equipment and shoot locations to keep the movies on that line of "the military can do no wrong." Here's another quote, this time from Robert Anderson, the Navy's Hollywood relations person. "If you want full cooperation from the Navy, we have a considerable amount of power. Because it's our ships, it's our cooperation, and until the script is in a form that we can approve, then the production doesn't go forward." So, that's the military's media relations team openly admitting to using Hollywood as a vehicle for pro-military propaganda. No big deal. But concretely, what does this influence look like? What needs to change for a script to be approved? To answer those questions, you could use literally hundreds of films and TV shows in that database, and the countless examples of how lines that don't exactly fit into the US's narrative have been, let's say, tweaked. For the sake of brevity, let's just take a couple. In the movie 12 Strong, DoD rewrites were minor, cleaning up the physical image of the protagonists and taking homophobic slurs out of their dialogue to present a more sanitized image of the elite American soldier. In the movie Lone Survivor, not so much. Rewrites included removing the main character's urge to commit war crimes and murder civilians while in Afghanistan. In the real story, no war crimes were committed, but they were considered by the military officer who ended up writing the book the movie was based on. In the movie, the protagonist has a clear conscience. No war criminal thoughts here, no sir. In Charlie Wilson's War, a movie meant to comedically recount the story of the US arming the Mujahideen, the sanitized, approved script removes from the original any mention of the US's support leading, at least in part, to the power Al-Qaeda and the Taliban would eventually accumulate. Sometimes it's a small rewrite, sometimes it's a big rewrite.
Yeah, also, remember, history is written by the winner, right? And war movies show history as being written by the winner, as in that's how it actually accurately went down.
Every time, though, the rewrite conceals some part of the truth because the truth doesn't look good. These are just a few examples sourced from this article. There are hundreds more. And okay, look, I know how this sounds. It sounds like I'm peddling a conspiracy. How could something so clearly objectionable be going on with no one doing anything about it? These are possibly violations of the First Amendment. Government-sanctioned speech receiving preferential treatment is a problem, and the fact that it's being carried out by the US government itself to justify war? That seems like too big a deal not to be a bigger controversy. On my side of things, it feels weird, and probably does for you too, that to make my case, I'm pulling up FOIA documents and sending you to websites you've probably never seen before. I get that. No offense to the Mint Press team. You guys do excellent work. Regardless of the evidence I have presented here, or the fact that much of it is coming directly from the mouths of the people involved, or that several articles linked in the description are published in mainstream media, it's going to sound like I'm some tinfoil hat-wearing nut. The thing is, you don't have to believe me on this one fact, that the DoD is censoring Hollywood scripts, to be convinced that Hollywood...
I mean, I think if you know how much fucking money the DoD has in their budget, it's not crazy at all. Like, if you understand that, like, the military-industrial complex it is a massive capitalistic machine. And I don't know, like, I don't... The idea of this being a conspiracy when it's like the entertainment industry is a business. It is it is show business. It is in the business of making money. And so, yeah, no, that totally makes sense that they would have a relationship with another money-making industry.
Hollywood as a whole,
not the military ad.
is
Oh
an
my
institution
God.
that promotes the interests
I feel like
of the
there's more
military
today than
industrial
normal.
complex. Even if the DoD had never addressed its involvement in
my
the script writing
God.
of today's blockbusters,
Bro, I feel like they know what I'm talking about, and they're hitting me with extra military ads.
which we've seen it does, the existence of the beneficial relationship
everybody
between our
needs to
military
sub.
and our entertainment industry is plain as day. And you can thank two pieces of evidence for that: the history of military propaganda in the US and thematic analyses of the last decade's most popular movies. Roll clip.
After the United States enters the war in
Where's
April
my
1917, President Woodrow Wilson knows that he needs to mobilize not just the American army, but the American people. And he knows that's a difficult
I'm
task.
keeping 5 of you out of the military.
So what Wilson does is he launches a massive campaign of propaganda that taps into every media that's available in America at the time. This includes
Radix, thank you.
newspapers, movies, posters, toys and games for children, all aspects of popular culture.
That's a short clip from the National World War I Museum and Memorial YouTube channel. The rest of the video is in the description. What the host is talking about here is the propaganda efforts of the Committee on Public Information, a US agency that sprung up during the First World War. Posters, news articles, everywhere Americans looked, they were being...
Before I got radicalized, I almost joined the Navy. Sometimes I think people joining the military is what radicalizes them.
sold the war effort by their government, including
Oftentimes.
in movies.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you know it, it really worked. Most Americans were on board with the war just years after many were firmly opposed to American involvement.
Ellie,
or
thank you so
simply
much for the
disinterested.
5.
Movies
Gifted
like the
subs.
animated short The Sinking of the Lusitania galvanized American public support for the war, presenting U.S. entry into the conflict as a moral duty, rather than getting the country to rally behind the more accurate and crucial role that war profiteering played in the decision to ship soldiers abroad. Less relevant to the war, but a great example of this sort of propaganda effort, is the white supremacist movie The Birth of a Nation, widely credited to have revived the KKK in the early 20th century.
Oh my God, this
As it
fucking
happens,
movie.
that movie was the first Hollywood venture to receive military support, according to Tanner Murley's book Hearts and Minds, The U.S. Empire's Culture Industry. The reason it's an important tangent is because its box office success supposedly proved to then-President Wilson the effectiveness of movies as a popular medium for propaganda, triggering much of the subsequent military involvement in Hollywood. After World War I, the CPI shuts down, and the story picks up in World War II, when the Office of War Information creates the Bureau of Motion Pictures. What's the point of a motion pictures bureau, you ask? Let's consult
Oh my
the
God, I
head
forgot
of the
about
OWI,
COC, Church of
Elmer
Caroline
Davis.
Kwan.
The motion picture is the most powerful instrument of propaganda in the world, whether it tries to be or not. The easiest way to inject a propaganda idea into most people's minds is to let it go through the medium of an entertainment picture when they do not realize that they are being propagandized. Elmer, my guy, I don't think you're supposed to say that part out loud. And this kept going. The majority of the big war films that came out between the start of the Cold War until the 60s, and then once again from the 80s to the present, have done so under the direction, approval, and support of the DoD. Okay, that doesn't sound good, but why does any of this really matter? Here we get to the Marxist analysis of superstructures,
Okay.
and you'll see it's a really helpful concept we can use to break this stuff down. To be very, very brief about it, superstructures in Marxist analysis are the elements of our society that aren't directly economic. Law, media, culture, religion, education, whatever you want. If it's something that molds or represents a form of ideology, some ideas we can have about the world, it's probably going to be part of the superstructure. Let's focus on culture. According to Marxist theorists, the production of cultural texts, like movies, is rooted in and influenced by the economic context in which it appears, and in a mutually reinforcing way, can often come to justify and support that economic situation. TLDR, not only does the idea behind the creation of a random movie get influence from its environment, that's not too difficult to imagine, so too does its ability to be distributed widely, to reach many people, to interest an audience.
Yeah, it's really tough when art is inextricable from capitalism, when like you need to make money or you will not be able to make art. It's why, like, you know, you'll see like when we joke about people going and taking the Marvel bag, right? Because that's a shit ton of money. And it basically means, okay, you're good. Now you can go off and make your little indie projects. Even though, you know, that doesn't mean that you still don't have to like be commercially viable, but Marvel is just like the ultimate taking the bag so that you can do these other things that you want to do. Like Barry Jenkins, who directed Mufasa, was he was talking about how he's like, I would never do that again. And it's like, yeah, no shit, dude. Where he was basically saying it in less words, he was saying that the experience of making a big studio budget film is not what he wants to do as an artist, as a filmmaker. And so it's like, yeah, nobody is surprised by this. It's also like what's his name who did Twisters? Lee Isaac Chung, who was like, yeah, I don't think I'll probably do that again. It's like, yeah, because you made a bag from it, and I'm sure that like creatively was not, that's not what you want to be doing. This is why I'll never make my art my source of income. I mean, that's the thing, right? As soon as art becomes your livelihood, then it is commercialized, and it affects how free you can be with what it is that you
It needs to be relevant to someone
creating.
to get made, and so will often find relevance by reaffirming the present societal order. In a neoliberal, imperial, capitalist society like the US, which has lived war to war for close to a century, it should be pretty obvious that war is going to feature prominently in our culture. It makes it into so many films, not just because it satisfies someone's monetary interest when it does, but because we couldn't not talk about it. The sinister part of that inevitable truth about media in a society is that the military's influence on media in our society is so large, meaning that even if we want to talk about war more critically, that type of cultural production will always be at a disadvantage. But okay, let's assume that there wasn't any military influence at all. That the DoD had never, and to this day does not, give a leg up to pro-army movies or effectively censor its critics. If you look at the biggest blockbusters of the last decade, you'll have an incredibly easy time finding that they glorify or offer only weak, superficial critiques to the military apparatus and its logic of imperialism. Look, I'm not a film critic, by the way. Just like you, I watch stuff with my friends, point to the TV screen, and say, that's actually a metaphor for capitalism, and look down while everybody rolls their eyes. But I don't have to be a good film critic. I have YouTube. Both this video by the channel Skip Intro and this one by the channel Just Right are great and thorough breakdowns of the way American exceptionalism and imperialism come to be justified in a prototypical example of pro-military media. The Captain America movies The First Avenger and The Winter Soldier. Two movies that unsurprisingly benefited from a close collaboration with the DoD.
I mean, he's literally Captain America, and his origin is that he was a soldier. Like, Captain America is so inseparable from the U.S. military.
Of the films, America's role as a global superpower, embodied in Steve Rogers' character, is hardly interrogated. He has great power, but he's being a very responsible little man and doesn't abuse it because he's just a good dude, and so is America, by the way. Just trust me on that one. Come on, guys, would I ever lie to you about this? No, of course not. So, in these movies, when U.S. institutions are brought under scrutiny and the heroes turn against S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization meant to represent the Department of Homeland Security, the only real problem the movie ends up portraying with the institution is that it was infiltrated by the evil Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D. in and of itself was always okay. We just need to get rid of the baddies, and then we can get back to the completely justified global police stuff. Those are just two movies, but these kinds of messages are rife in American cinema and are discussed a lot more thoroughly in the videos I've linked in the description. And the reason I'm even talking about this is that the result of all these thematic implications is that the overall picture we get of the US and its military efforts is not one characterized by the greed behind domination of oil or other natural reserves in the Middle East, the subjugation or outright murder of civilians by military occupation and drone strikes, or the
Stone of Shame, I was just calling you out and anybody else out for being condescending, because it is much easier to say that you would never fall for something when you're on the outside looking in. And I think that leaves you devoid of empathy. And also, like, the point being that we don't want people to keep being susceptible to something like military propaganda. So rather than talk about how that is, how stupid people are for falling for that, and how that's something that you would never fall for, I don't think that that's like the right. I don't think that that's productive at all. Cheddar is a Canadian. You know what? I will let Sky, as our Canadian mod, I will let
unjustifiable
Sky
interventions
handle
made
that.
to oust popular and democratically elected leaders across the world. Thanks to Hollywood.
Like, I am sorry, but I know that in America we make fun of America all the time. Like, Americans make fun of Americans all the time, but can Canadians not pretend as if Canada is this perfect place and that Canadians are simply not stupid in the way that Americans are?
The military almost exclusively looks like a force for good, an industry we can keep justifying giving nearly $1 trillion to every year so that the Lockheed Martins and Boeings of the world can continue driving up their stock prices. Movies have powerful propaganda potential, and in giving us only weak tools to critique the military, if any at all, they have successfully allowed for the continuous American support for its most massive imperial project to date. Of course, as media consumers, we're not just passive propaganda sponges. But in the absence of good, popular critiques, and under a barrage of pro-military propaganda, even our best defenses can weaken over time. Just something to keep in mind. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this episode is made possible by Fabulous. Let me tell you why. As I've told you all before, it's pretty hard to get sponsors on my channel. That's partly due to the nature of my content, and partly because I'm very picky regarding what brands I'll work with. I get a lot of comments about how my content can be kind of depressing, which is true. I tackle a lot of heavy topics. I have been trying to add more humor recently, but there's no avoiding the fact that talking about major problems can be disheartening or overwhelming. One way I
Canada
combat
has
these
participated
feelings
in
is by
almost
trying to
every war
maintain
crime the
healthy
U.S. has committed. Their
habits, like
sidekicks
the gym,
in every
making sure I
military
drink plenty of
intervention.
water, stuff like that. So when I got the offer to work with
Yeah, it's like, look, we know the U.S. We know the U.S. is a monster, but
what I like about it is that it's 100% personalized.
this Canadian,
one style of habit building. You
I
have
don't know,
options based on your
rewriting of Canadian
Tell the app
history
exactly what habits you want to focus
is
on,
very
or you
silly.
can use journeys, specially crafted habit building programs.
Nobody
that
tell the
guide you
chatter
towards
which
your
country is
goals.
the reason for so
One
many
thing that sets
the
Fabulous
Gene-
apart
that
is that it's
for
actually
so
backed
many of
by
the Geneva
science.
conventions
It's not
existing.
just vague self-improvement mumbo jumbo.
Yeah.
This is concrete stuff that you can do to
Okay, I
develop
think
healthy
this
habits that
is-
will stick. There's a
I think
reason
this is the end. I think that's the end of that video. Anywho, that is going to.
Personally, I've been using Fabulous to make stretching
Wait, what
part of my
the
daily
hell?
routine. It's done wonders to fix my editing back
Oh.
pain and to improve my overall
God,
feeling
I look-
of accomplishment just by checking that.
I look rough. Okay, that is going to wrap up our conversation on entertainment as military propaganda, and it started. Is there something on my nose? Oh, there is something on my nose. I just feel like greasy right now. Maybe it's because I'm actually putting lotion and stuff on now. That I'm like, I'm not dry anymore. I'm no longer dry, and I'm like, I just feel now I've got like lotion, and yeah, now I'm too moisturized. I am too moisturized. Yes. Okay. No. Something was on my nose. I don't know what it was, but now it is gone. So this started with looking at the trailer for Alex Garland's Warfare. And let me tell you that movie is not one that I think I will be watching. And I'm also confused because why did Alex Garland make this whole thing about how Civil War is going to be his last movie when he has this one coming out? It's like, brother, I thought you were done. Is this going to be your last movie? Is Warfare going to be your last film? Really? Seems like it could be a decent action flick. Like, that is about... Right. I mean, an action flick, but like, here we go again. Oh, war is so brutal. Says the prosecutors of said war, right? It was a headline bait. He said he was done solo directing. Oh, okay. Well, I guess this will be his... I don't know. Unless he continues to co-direct. He's co-directed. I think his involvement is minimal, but why put your name to it? I don't know. I do not know. All right. So I'm going to give you guys an option here because nope. Why did I just type raid? Oopsie. No raid. Okay. So, no, we're not gonna raid. All right. I know I said I wanted to watch Actors on Actors and do Survivor tonight, but I'm only going to do one of them. So I'm gonna let you vote. Uno Mas. You want Uno Mas video on Hollywood selling us war? Okay, I'm gonna let you guys vote what we do. And here you go. You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute to vote. Because tomorrow I gotta get up and I gotta do this special ice skating Santa Claus stream. I think I will probably be back tomorrow night. Not sure, but probably be back. And I have to move some things around because I think what we're going to do is move the Twitch recap Quantage Awards until after Christmas break. So I am leaving on the 24th to go to Chicago and spend the week there. And I will be back on the 29th. I don't know if I'm going to stream at all. I'm not sure. I might just like get cozy and watch a bunch of movies and read books. Who knows? So I want to give you guys time to do the Twitch clips and Quantarage voting, and so we can do that maybe on like the 31st. That would be a fun last day of the year type of stream. And then, so, okay, tomorrow is ice skating. And then Friday, Cutie is doing her concert. Cutie is doing her concert stream at 6 o'clock. It's like a whole Christmassy thing. So, yeah, we got the Yarn on Ice tomorrow. And then we got Christmas holiday extravaganza on Friday. Are you going to sing? I'll probably end up doing something. I don't know what it'll be. I'll just be a little karaoke song. And then Saturday, I will stream. And I think I want to do pop culture recap. And Sunday, we will do dinner and a movie. And then Monday, podcast. And then I'm leaving out of town. So I know I need to figure out when I am playing Minecraft next. Maybe tomorrow night I can convince Sam to do a double stream just for Minecraft purposes. Okay, you guys want Survivor. Okay. Okie dokie. Did I say something about Will having watched Little Shop of Horrors for film night tonight? Thought I saw. Can anybody confirm? He watched The Mummy. Okay. Never mind. I was about to be very annoying if he had watched Little Shop of Horrors. I think we are episode 23, correct? He mentioned it as an option. That man, he needs to make a decision. Does he hate musicals? Or does he actually secretly love them? He was going to watch Poltergeist and Little Shop of Horrors, but chat told him he watched both, so he didn't. Oh my God. See, this is what happens, though, that I am so on it with my dinner and film nights. And because I pull from whatever's free on YouTube, and usually what's older, then it means I've gotten there first. But the reason that it would have specifically pissed me off is because of the musical thing, where I'm like, you are not allowed to shit on musicals and then be like, okay, but Little Shop is great. Okay, but Sweeney, but like, okay, but this. I go, no. You have to admit that you are a musical boy. And that's what I got to say about it.
On Australian Survivor.
Okay. We are on episode 23. There are only 3 episodes left of Australian Survivor. My first season of Survivor that I've ever watched, mates. It's very exciting. And it's coming to a close with just 3 episodes to go. And just a reminder that we've moved on from the other topics. So I'm going to even put in my title, Survivor Time. It is Survivor Time. And remember, no politics, no politics. Thank you very much for all the discussions earlier, mates. But now we've moved on. Yo, okay. That is actually a W move. Congratulations, Lockie. But does that, like, is that... Okay, so he's saying, I have an idol, but I'm not going to show you the idol because I want you to doubt. But so funny that the first time Michelle wins anything, she wins the car. Like, it's not just immunity. She also confused. Is GOAT not greatest of all time? Does this mean something else in Australian? A GOAT? It's bad? What does it mean? Wait, what? We talked about this. Wait. GOAT equals follower. Okay. Sacrificial lamb. I remember now. Okay. Yep. Easily sacrificed. Of course, Tara does not know about this goat thing. Tara is literally the goatiest goat that has ever goated. Second, can I do the most annoying armchair psychologist ever? So Peter has already said that his father's homophobic and that he is here and he is like, you know, like hopefully proving himself to his homophobic father. And I'm sure Peter his whole life has dealt with dudes like Lockie who have called him the F slur, who have, you know, treated him like he's weak because he's gay. Okay. I'm doing like the most armchair ever. And I'm sorry, Lockie. You're a really, really great person, but I'm saying this is why I think also Peter has such a personal thing against Lockie. And so him calling Peter an easy win, a goat, like when Tara's right fucking there, right? Tara is there, Michelle is there, Jericho, Jericho's like pretty decent, but let's not act as if the strongest players are left in the game. Peter is the one who Lockie has singled out, and I think it is bringing up his trauma. I'm confusing, but Lockie was amazing. Okay, Lockie was an amazing player. The reason that I was like, they are so fucking stupid if they do not get him out is because Lockie would win. Lockie against any of them genuinely would win. He just won too many challenges. His social game was decent enough. It wasn't the best, but like he was just really he there was no one else there though that I think had like this crazy social game that would counteract his challenge ability. He was really fucking good, and he was just good throughout the entire competition, but it is crazy that he was not seriously treated as a threat where like people were trying to, really trying to vote him.
What a day to go out on.
Bro, it is officially Tara minus the top 3. Lockie is gone, Henry is gone, Ziggy is gone. You deserved to lose, Lockie, just for thinking that Tara is deserving of winning. What? This is what's so frustrating to me. How dare... Okay, I gotta calm down. How dare you call Pete a goat and say that he was like the weakest character and then think that Tara has played a good game? I'm sorry. That is fucking insane. There was a good chunk of this season that Tara was not even involved at all because she was just being strung along by Lockie. That is that man that man. Oh my God. I will say one thing that I'm sure feels frustrating for Survivor is that thank you so much to 26 Days for getting us this jerky.
Hey,
is that if you are a physical threat, that it is going to be very, very difficult for you to make it in the top 4. The fact that Tara is in the top 4, Tara, who has neither a great social game and is also one of the worst at the challenges.
I'm Lockie, and this is my jury villa.
Oh, thank God. The pubes are gone.
Try the spoken.
I've read interviews of contestants that say people's social game can be different than what the producers end up showing the audience with the season narrative. You know what? Yeah, that, of course. I just can't imagine how Tara's would be that much different.
What just happened? I just got kicked off Survivor. That's just crazy. I've been pretty much on the bottom nearly the whole time. I knew everyone was going to be gunning for me. I won 3 straight, so I knew if I lost the immunity challenge, I would probably be going home. Yeah, I put it out there that I had an idol, and I thought that would save me if I kind of lose the immunity challenge. And the speculation was there, but not quite enough that they would put all their votes on Petey. Today wasn't the best day to lose an immunity challenge and a reward. I mean, today I lost a car, immunity, 500 grand. So I like big moves and I like big plays, so what other way to go out on?
Lockie, hello.
Hey,
how are you?
I'm good.
Good?
Yeah.
Bit of a roller coaster?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're just holding back all the
gameplay
gameplay clips of Tara.
I'm happy with the game I played, so.
It's been a big day. So that brings us on to your weight. Do you remember how much you weighed at the start of the competition? Yeah, 108.1 kilograms.
Yeah.
So how much do you think you weigh today?
Yeah, probably lost a bit more than 5 kilos looking at my arms, and I got like a 6-pack now, so I'm kind of happy about that, but not about the muscle loss.
Shall we weigh you and have a look?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm under 100.
Holy moly.
29 kilos.
9.4.
I haven't been like that since I was like 18.
He's lost like 20 pounds.
All right, so you haven't seen yourself in a mirror in how many days?
50 days, yeah, 49 days.
Damn.
Are you ready to have a look?
Yeah, kinda. Oh my god. I am so and look at my beard.
Yes, we know.
Oh my god.
We know the beard. 21 resolve. Thank you for the 2 months.
I'm shocked. I am so skinny. Because my girlfriend is not gonna like that. I look.
Wait, what?
I look like Castaway.
All right, love. Well, I'll see you in Jury Villa.
Yeah, thank you
It's
so
been good
much
work.
for
You're
everything.
welcome. You're welcome. And take it easy.
Thank you. Oh my god, the freaking car I lost today.
Yeah, I think other than the beard, he looks great. He doesn't look like emaciated.
This is awesome! This is not nice. This could have been mine by 1 second.
Oh, that's brutal.
Frick!
Frick!
See something?
A little cup of Skittles. Oh, that's always so sad how like
I love any junk.
it's so sad how they're sad about losing, but
Food,
then
fast
so
food.
excited to have
Anything
like a
that makes you fat, I
styrofoam
love
cup
it.
of candy.
I'm happy I got some lollies and a bit of sugar. I'm a little pissed that I'm in an amazing Holden Trailblaze that I lost literally 5 hours ago.
Welcome to Jury Welcome to the Jury Villa. You showed us all that you're not a dumb jock.
Oh,
You truly
no.
are an alpha male, though we had our doubts when we saw the white whale. Big challenge threat.
Oh, God.
3 in a row. But that made you dangerous, so you had to go. We thought you were the man when you took on Mark.
But let's not forget you only caught one shot.
Okay, why did Ziggy do it? This is actually so cute though.
Look at the chips, they're being fried.
Oh.
They're double fried. Well, get your crowd the right way around.
Oh, if you want to see the car that she won, it's just out there. You know the car that takes you all here, the four-wheel drive?
Insane immunity at this stage and the car. I can't believe it. Tell us everything.
Brand new. It was.
Tell us everything.
Oh, you have no freaking idea. It was 1 second. It was a challenge where there's a beam and you couldn't touch it and you had to put dominoes.
Oh, yeah.
The whole way down. I got all mine back on. I put all of mine, had them all spaced out.
Yeah.
And then Jonathan went, Michelle, going for it. And then I looked and then she tapped it and I was like, oh shit. Tapped mine, held fast, and hers was going tick, tick, tick. And I went like that, mine went tick, 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 tick. And this is how close it was. It went, hers, mine.
No!
Yeah.
Okay, drama.
Everything.
What did you do after
That close, 1 second.
Wow.
Look, let's go have a bromance.
Hey, drama.
Oh, weird. That's weird.
It's like a
Well, there's a couple of lies, but the one lie I told is I'm not a yoga instructor.
I believe.
I like that Henry's telling everybody. It's like his confession.
Well, what do you do?
Just labourer.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Shit.
I wanted but it doesn't even bother me anymore.
I know, I didn't think it would. I was like, that's the white lie.
Yeah.
You stink so bad.
Is it that? No.
You stink so bad.
Amazing
It's
talking
good
game,
to
just
see them all
finding out what
hanging out.
actually people think, and got to have a one-on-one with Henry and came clean about his yoga job, but couldn't care less. I mean, still love the dude. Oh, a real door.
Nobody
Check out what's
cares,
inside.
Henry. I know. I like that he's confessing though.
Wow. Oh my God, a bed. and lollies.
Please don't lay on the bed, please.
I don't want to put my stinky bag on anything. Oh my God.
No, what do you mean your stinky bag? What do you mean what? You don't want to put your
all the
stinky bag on? But what about your stinky self?
And full belly. And
Bro,
lollies.
what is that logic?
It's pretty good. My life has been pretty much a preparation for Survivor. I mean, I'm an outdoor enthusiast. I deal with people on a daily basis. I'm a competitor. I play professional sports, so everything leading up to this was perfect for Survivor. I think I played the game exactly how I wanted to. I mean, or even better.
Thank you for the 10
I came into it wanting to be like a challenge threat and a physical threat in the first half.
Trying to get him on the run. Walking wins individual immunity.
Carry that on through merge, but then I wanted to wait until merge before I really come out with the strategic plan. If you want to win Survivor, you have to make big moves so the jury see you making those big moves. If the jury doesn't see you doing big moves and strategizing and doing good in competitions, doing good around camp, they're not going to vote for you.
Because he's good in the bottom. He doesn't.
I've lost the chance at winning the game, and it sucks, I mean, but I made it this far. Jury Villa is ballin', so I'm not sad, I'm not discouraged, I'm just like, that was an amazing experience that not many people get to experience.
Dude.
So I'm super happy with the time, and like I always say, memories over money.
Memories over money. Oh, wow. Well, Tara may have the last laugh yet if she wins Survivor. I will just be I will just be shocked. I will be so shocked if Tara wins. I think I won't know. I think I won't know what to do with myself if my first season of Survivor Tara wins. Anyway, all right, that's gonna be it for me. As far as who I would rank so far, I think Pete, Michelle, Jerry, Tara. I think that's the order that I would go in. Pete's my who I'm voting for. Thanks for the stream. You're so welcome. Thanks for hanging out during the stream. All right, y'all. So tomorrow, just a reminder that 11:30-ish, we'll be doing the yarn on ice. I wish I had an ice skating outfit. Really quick, is this correct? Let me take a look. Really quick. Yarn on Ice, Cuties Christmas Special, Pop Culture Recap, Dinner and a Movie. Yes. I think that looks good. I think it does. Okay, who am I gonna send you guys to? I'm going to send you over to Emma. Emma, who is playing some Path of Exile. Yeah, so I hope you can join for Yarn on Ice tomorrow. Should be great. I will be hopefully not breaking anything. Because the last thing that I want to do is hurt myself on an ice rink. You know, when you get over 30, these are things you think about, okay? You turn 30 and then you start thinking, I would really like to not hurt myself. I know. Remember core bound? I don't have any of that. I have nothing. All right. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. I think we're all gonna 3 stream on our channels like we did when we went dress shopping. So you can tune into my channel tomorrow. Okie dokie, everyone. Good night. Be well. I will see you tomorrow.